Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'm a Snek now. I'm so late today. Anyways, hope you're doing good. So before anything though, right? I'm glad to say that yesterday was a bit of a. I don't know what happened yesterday, but my head feels like it's gonna burst. But uh, I'm feeling okay now, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, yesterday my head feels like it's gonna burst, but at least now I feel okay. So blessings, blessings. Right? Hi, Jokey. You want the snake? I kind of like the snake too, to be honest. The snake is like the first character where I feel like I'm really into. Well, not really into, but I'm kind of into a certain thing. That's how I found it out anyway, right? Hope you're doing good, Jokey. And hi, me. Wait. Hi, Jameson. Oh my god, hello. Hope you're doing good. So, actually, I have a reason why I'm like super late today, actually. Hugs from Sweden? Mm, I will hug, I will send hug from Malaysia. It's probably gonna take a few days to arrive, but it should be fine. You will praise the snake? Oh my god. It's okay. Even though I look like snake, or even though I'm a snake right now, at heart, I'm still a kobold. At heart, I'm still a kobold. But yeah. So one thing, all right, I try to change something here. So my stream setup is vastly different now. Vastly different. And surprisingly, it's taking a lot less CPU. It it takes about like 9%, 8%, 10%. Yeah, it takes a little bit lesser now. So I was tinkering with separating audio tracks. So hopefully you guys can still hear the music and everything that's going on in the background, while the vault will not be able to hear what is at the background. So if you look back at the vault, you can only hear me yapping. There's no background music. I finally did it. Wow, after after so many years, and I finally did it. Wow, magic! I know, right? Magic. Hi, Pet Gamer. Do you see my apple pie on Blue Sky? I haven't been to Blue Sky for a long time, actually. Here, let me open it up real quick. Try to do that instead and muted the entire stream. Right? It's kind of hard to understand. So it took me about like 1.5 hours or 2 hours to sort of like study what does the what does the audio track means in OBS. And after trying to learn about it so hard that I finally understood what those numbers mean. Right? I finally understood what they mean. Right? Audio track 1 is for stream. So stream will hear what is being broadcasted at 1. VOD is at 2, so I just muted the dangerous music so I can listen to whatever music I want to. And then the VOD will not get muted. Right? Because I want to listen to Yo Asobi or Gen Hoshino, right? I want to listen to those ones. I like their music. Right? And then 3, 4, 5, 6 is like separate audio tracks, where if you have a proper audio setup or audio format, audio format, if you have an audio format that can separate the audio tracks, then if I were to download this VOD and then put it into a video editing software, it will appear as like audio track 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as separate. So you could choose to like maybe have to like you can mess with those like audio tracks, right? Doesn't the font lose some audio then? No. So I had to change a lot of things because back then when I stream, hi Evie. Back then when I stream, I kind of just use the desktop audio. That's pretty much it. So obviously I cannot separate audio tracks, meaning that any music that's being broadcasted will be broadcasted onto VOD as well. But now that I separated audio, I have like alert box, I have the application audio capture for the Google, and then I have my microphone. I have a lot of different like the fishing game, the Tifa, the the sound alerts and stuff, like that one, like
Good
the text to
Snek and
speech.
good girl, but no pats cause I don't want to get bit by Snek.
It's okay. This snake doesn't bit. It's okay. It's just gonna sit down sometime. Yeah. It's gonna take some time because I have to remove the desktop audio and set up the audio source that's going to play on stream, and then decide which one will not get played on VOD. So I went from having 3 audio sources, which is my desktop audio, my microphone, and the sound alerts, now to 7. I now have 7. I now have 7 audio mixer. So it's like, So it takes a while to set up, but I hope that I set it up right because I have to set it up for 3 different scenes. So hopefully everything works well. Hopefully everything, hopefully you guys hear the music and there's suddenly not suddenly like dead silent even on stream. I wouldn't want that. I hope I hope everything works, and after stream I'll definitely check if this VOD gets destroyed or something, right? Because I, after a while, will listen to YOASOBI music or like Spy X Family anime music. I want to listen to them because I like those music. I actually like once a week. I was like, so it isn't a big issue for you. That's fair. That's fair. I can hear your voice and music right now. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. So I have so everything seems to be working just fine. Stream works, and after this stream I will go check on the VOD after. So heck yeah, I'm finally doing art again after months of not doing it. Finally. Anyway, I'm not gonna listen to YOASOBI immediately, but let's listen to this one for a little bit. And then I have ZBrush open. I need to get my reference open as well. If I can find it. Oh, there it is. Wait, I'm breaking. Oh my god. Oh. Wait, you guys should not be able to hear that Windows sound, right? Did you guys hear the Windows 10 so? Did the spin not work? What? Okay, let's cancel that. Nope. Whoa, that black magic. That works. Why did the spin not work? Let me try something. Is it Feedable Plus doesn't work anymore? What? Did they change the Twitch setup? Because I haven't used Feedable Plus in a long time. Okay. It's time to troubleshoot this thing. Wait. Even as a snake, I like being spoiled. Yeah, that works because it's the... Oh my god, I'm just covering the entire screen. Well, That's why I keep being big. Thick neck. Whoa. Look at my neck. Actually, just covering the entire screen. Did you guys know that as a snake, I like durian lots? Do you have durian? Oh, hi, Fluffy. Okay, I don't know if I should reopen VTuber Plus or something. Alright, give me a second. So, if that's the case, is it here that needs to change? Yeah, these are all Twitch redemptions, so I guess something changed. Okay, if that's the case, I'm going to... Because it doesn't work anymore for some reason. Right? Yeah, so... How can I change the trigger? I'm a little bit confused here. No, it's definitely not Brecky that broke it. I mean, there has been... Because it's been months since I last used the VTuber Plus. And after that, they have many updates on the VTuber Plus for the past few weeks. And after updating it, I assume some things changed. When it comes to like maybe the Twitch API changed. I'm not too sure. Default? Oh, default, right. Nothing's changed. What if I try to reopen VTuber Plus? Will it work? Yeah, even that doesn't work anymore. Moisturizes water. Yeah, this one. Oh, they moved to YouTube and TikTok. Maybe that's why like things got like weird. Okay, let me try reopening VTuber Plus, right? Maybe it works. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a try. I definitely did not test this one out. If the throwing things, oh my god, huge feet. I think it's camera number 6. No, 7. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it just doesn't work. Well, shit. Oh, I know. Okay, let me hide my VTuber Plus. I have an idea. Ah, right. Okay, it should work now. I hope.
No.
Ah, okay, it works now. See this? I missed the connection thing. This one, I missed it. So this one is yeah. I have to connect. I have to make connections before I can do the things. Also, I forgot. Hey, I forgot to change something. My hand looks weird, and I know why. Give me a second. Settings, general settings. I can't believe I forgot to change this one back. Nah, this looks a little bit. That looks a little bit normal. I hope. Alright, ooh, there we go. Okay. There's no troubleshoot. I just need to re-establish the connection. Alright, here we go. I have ZBrush open. I have my reference here. I should have the model here. Okay, so if I go to scene, you guys should still be able to hear the music, I hope. Okay, looks like there's still music. Everything seems to work fine. And I just want to double check if I go to advanced audio properties, it's not gonna work on track 2. Okay. I very understand. Okay, everything should work. Very, very nice. This is the model that I have. It's ah, ah. It's been so long. Oh my god. I was I was messing around with the hind legs for a bit last time, and now I want to work on it more. I think the toes is a little bit. What does this toe look like? Is it 3 toes? No, Zeus has 4 toes. Why would I make 3? Double check. Back has 3, front has 4. Oh, back has 4. It's this one. Ah, okay. Thank goodness I double checked. So I need to add one more to the front somehow. 3 round toes. Let's see. Yeah, hind has 3 plus 1 thumb. Yeah, look at that vein. Vein. Front. Yep, front is 4. Okay, we found it. Look at that. Look at the little peats. I didn't make it small though. The front toes should be smaller than this, or like more slender actually. Hi, Mama Dragon. Snek on stream? Yeah. I'm finally doing art after so long, and I need to make it a consistent thing. What this new setup means is also that you guys won't be able to hear any computer noises anymore, right? You guys won't be able to hear USB noises, that comes from a computer, unless it's being captured, but it's not. So this should work. All right. Oof, I haven't touched this pencil in such a long time. Oh my god. All right. I need to hype myself up for days before doing this. Oh, I have to change my microphone's position. This works? Okay. Okay. I guess I'll do the pizzas first before trying to. I should probably change the proportions first, but I think it kind of looks fine, question mark? For now, anyway. Yeah, let's do the pizzas. Okay, I have to make them slender. It looks like they're just sort of stuck together here as well. Like the problem with ZBrush is that when two things are too close together, it's just kind of like mushed together after doing the magic that is in Dina mesh after this thing. So guess I'll push this side. I'll push, yeah, I'll push everything to the left a little bit. This is like such a lazy way of doing it, but I hope this works. Need to push, smush. Okay, I think it's time. I think it's time we try to listen to some dangerous music, which could cause vault destruction. But if I have my setup right, my vault should be fine. Right, my vault should be fine. So let's give it a try. I have my playlist ready here. I have my playlist ready. It's crazy. Okay. Actually, no, I don't have it. Wait, where did it go? Oh my god, it's gone. I have to find the playlist again. Oh my god. Alright, it's okay. It's easy to find your asshole bye. Right? This one. I don't want to just like. I don't want to just. I don't want to just like make my own playlist again. Okay, this one has a playlist of 23 music. 23 different music. This one should work. Alright, let's hope that my vault doesn't get destroyed, okay? Okay, here we go. Let's loop this one for a few times. Oh, hell yeah. This is what I listen to when I... These are the music that I listen to when I drive my car. So the music that's playing right now is not going to be played on vault. So I should be fine. If I made it right, of course. So this is like a testing phase. Did you guys know that I listen to Japanese music? Wow, well now you know. Okay, and then I should add another... I should make them more slender, but I feel like this one is really like sort of broken. So if my stream dies, you guys know what's up, right? Yeah, using that way to sort of to try and squeeze them into more slender is kind of a bad idea. Kind of. I don't really like this one. I'm gonna try skipping this one. Okay, there we go. Just want to skip that one real quick. Yeah. I'm actually listening to pop jazz radio as well at some point. Oh, I think I can add it here. Yo, Asobi sound is so good. I mean, this is kind of a weird fantasy, but sometimes I wish I can sing better. Oh, sometimes. But I'm just so like I fear my voice is not fit to sing properly. Unfortunate. Anyway. Hmm. Oh, it's so not balanced. Oh, I see the problem. Oh my god, I actually see the problem. Alright, anyway, let me just get this toe done real quick and then I'll change the... Yeah, the problem is huge, but I think I should be able to fix this quite easily. Quite, I think. Mm. Every time I start doing art like this, I have to like keep convincing myself, right? Like trust the process and stuff like that. Because obviously now it doesn't look good, right? Hmm. Actually, one question, right? I'm just kind of curious. Kind of curious. Just a little bit curious, right? Just a little bit curious, but did you guys like to any of you that likes to go to like karaoke? Because like go to karaoke and like sing your heart out, be it alone or with friends. I never been to karaoke on my own, but sometimes I wish I can. Sometimes I wish I have the courage to, because sometimes I just really want to sing my heart out, you know. And at first, I don't even know about this Yo Asobi singer, but it's because of her one music that gets me listening to most of her music afterwards. And not that the music inspired me to like go to karaoke or anything, but no, it's more like I I still haven't have the courage to do it because I'm pretty sure my voice doesn't sound that good. Hi Peter. Hi Dragon. Welcome, welcome. It's so funny though. Now that I think about it, right? Like, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen is that when people watch the VOD, there will be no background music at all. It's gonna be so funny. It's like, what? Why is this? Why is this? why is this thing singing to no music at all? It's like, no, I changed the setup now, so now it behaves differently. Hope Peter is doing good. Morning, morning. 세상에 애들이 Look, I may be a snake, but I'm still a cowboy at heart. Pull more here. It's gonna all like Bangkok to the left, but it's okay. They look very straight though. So I think I can add the volume up here so they make it smooth out a little bit maybe? Man, feetsies are hard to make. I guess I can just sort of make them stick together more. Like, I guess. Like this, maybe? I disguised the headache. Made cinta sama kakak kita malu. Watanika. Kanayo. Tanemo sen. Monai. Tabun. Okawanan kanto. Kito. Sonanen to tekito. Sayonara to tomoni omanita kenanda. おかえり、おいつがバレた言葉は違うな。 Hi, Sri. Hi, be a friend. 산자매그 여느 거위 여머 나마디니 하사가 흐르 너거가 우다시니여나 선나 김모치 스마나나 이는 데모 소네네 이 선나 모노사 고네데이 의미가 세대여 호라 끔찍다 만만히 해가 끄집은데 나나 서너 이러네 해너 이 크기 맞다는 아싸니 어떠즈레다 이 세계에 스키나 너너도 스시나 또유 거와 그대 시가다 나에게도 언더너 이끈 Thanks for the head pet. This is what I've been listening to when I'm driving or just working in general. I love your Asobi's music. 手の出せばどうなすほどに思われようにいかないよもう情けなくて泣きたなわたらしくもたいてる悔しい気持ちもただ情けなくなる苦しくなる進めば自分で選んだこの道を青とい歩かする夜に青い誓い先なこの続けること楽しいだけじゃない I'm actually not too sure if I should like uh, why is the floor down there? Ah, 笑顔をあの日踏み出して初めて痛みを全部 I kind of want to just remove this one. I'm gonna remove this one actually. Before I do that, I'm gonna save. 好きなことと好きなることこうやったって思いとこだけど Okay, delete. There we go. Now we have a proper floor to work with. Okay, I might be able to make this look slightly better. 確かにそこに今のそこにあるよしなしなし隠してた声も響かせてよ空未来振りしていても確かにそこに君の中に Hoping you feel better today. Yeah. Weirdly enough, yesterday I feel like my head was bursting because when I was getting ready for stream yesterday, and then when I was getting ready, my head started to even before even before I was getting ready, my head was like I feel like it's gonna burst, like it hurts that bad, and I was so confused, like what happened, right? And then I was getting ready. It's like, okay, this might just like go over after a few minutes, but then no, the pain just like it gets consistently worse. So I was like, okay, I might need some medicine for this. And I went for a medicine. And after that, I just be like, shit, I don't think I can stream like this because it hurts too, man. Like, no matter what I do, the only thing that I can focus on is just the headache. And that I don't think that's gonna be a good stream to have. So in the end, sadly, I decided to just, I kind of need to just lie down on bed for the day, which I did, and it helps a lot actually. And today, I don't feel as much headache anymore, if at all. Maybe due to hot weather. Hot weather, probably. I mean, in Malaysia, it has not been raining for the past month actually. Yeah, not a single rain going on, so probably that and that plus I probably didn't drink too much or drink enough water. You know, I know it's a joke where Asian mom just be like, you not drink enough water lah. That's why you sick though. It's like no. This time I think it's actually for real that I didn't drink enough water. So unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm fine now though, so thank goodness. I feel like I like this shape more, like a little bit tapered out to the front. Oh, this one is so good. Sometimes I wish I have the courage to just go to karaoke and sing. That plus it's kind of expensive to just go to karaoke alone. Did you guys know that I actually like to sing, but never have the courage to? Even now, I feel a little bit shy doing it, but I can't help it when it's your SLB. Oh, now that it's kind of weird, and now it feels kind of weird for me to say that now, but still, still, right? But still, one of the YOASOBI music actually helped me go through a lot of like grief for the past year. Yeah, last year especially. I don't know, music kind of helps, and I like it. It's gonna be so funny when, oh my god, I just cannot fathom, right? People are gonna listen to me yapping without background music and all on the phone. Oh yeah, to those who doesn't know, I changed the setup a little bit for OBS, so I have separated audio now, a very separated audio. So you guys hearing the music here, but when people go to the VOD and watch the VOD, there will be no background music at all. But they can still hear me yapping. They still hear like the Tifa noises, everything else but the music. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, if I did make it right. Yeah, finally, after years, after years, I finally did it. Wow. I'm glad I did too, because now I can listen to your asobi. I'm actually kind of surprised how I can go into hyper focus mode that quickly. I'm glad because this is very needed. And I think I want to do. This is such a weird feeling, but I want to shift stream. I want to shift my stream a little bit more towards doing art if I can. That is right. But I want to do that. I really want to. In a way, I mean, this might be a little bit of selfish of me. The reason I want to do art as well, it's not because I actually like doing art, right? It's not because of that as well. I like doing art, but I don't know why I always get so scared of like starting to do art. And then another reason being that many. It's such a bad reason, though. It's such a bad reason. And Gaetan, hi. Welcome, Kaching. Yeah, but obviously I need to get better at doing art before I can do the kaching. So here we are. Pause for free in this economy. I know, right? I'm still trying to like get it to look right. Oh my god, hasn't Gaetan actually like looked at me do art before? I feel shy. I haven't done art in such a long time. It's like, oh my god, oh my god. Is it too short or too long? No, I think this is it could oh wait, what? Hmm? This is Oh, it's there. Oh, still. Nature dragon, hello. You're Snek? I'm a Snek. Well, the kobold ran away because of doing art, so here's the snake. I like having these like in character play moments sometimes. Like I like to imagine that the kobold is like just wants to have fun no and no work no work allowed. And then the snake's like, hi, yeah, well, here I am, I guess. Oh my god, camera, please. Okay. You look good. Oh, thank you. I made the model on my own. Although there are some flaws because I couldn't use my hand there because I messed up the hand so hard, but at least the model looks pretty okay, I think. At some point I kind of want to update the model, my like my kobold model, my Sneak model. Oh, that's weird. Hmm. You look good that whole thing. Well, but art fun. Art is pretty fun. That I can wholeheartedly agree. Very. I remember I was doing art very consistently back then, and at some point I just kind of get scared because I compare myself to a lot of people. And it's like I know I shouldn't do that, but it's so hard not to when I look at every time I look at the social media, every time I open up like Twitter, and then it's just like god tier level of art. It's like, yo, holy shit. But then now I realize it's unfair for both me and them, right? If I were to compare art like that, they spend their life mastering their work of art, their life every day, and then they are able to achieve that level of art. And then here I am, just spend like a few months or years, and then be like, huh, I cannot do something like that. No, me, I'm stupid. Don't compare, right? It's both, it's unfair for both me and them. And eventually I realized that, and well, here I am again doing art. It's been way too long, honestly. Like even years ago, I used to make my own emote. I used to like make my own model. I guess I still do, right? It was fun, like looking at reference and try to achieve that art, and then trust the process and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, it's honestly really fun, and it's a way where I can truly be karma. Right? I can be calm. I mean, sure, there are like games like leave it alone or something like that, right? Where you just collect trash, gain money, idler games essentially. But art is where it really shines. It's like, I love doing art. I really do. think the next time if I were to do featsies like these, I think I want to try another method. Like this method of mine is just way too painful. Oh, hi Dragon Colony. Can you get snake poopies? I don't have hand tracking now though, it's not much, but I guess I can do this. Heck yeah. Hope you're doing good, Dragon Colony. Snake Cat? I'm pretty big though. I haven't thought of like a canonic size other than the Cobble. And Cobble is very small, but I think Snake is like about 2 meters tall, I think. Almost like average. Well, not average, but like tall. Like tall. Snake is pretty tall. And big. Because the original idea for Stixia, the snake, this one, is like hip hypnosis dumb kind of feeling, I guess. At least that's like the initial idea, but I don't know if I can do that. Oh, this is the one. This is my favorite one. ちょっと照れくさいけれどずっと思っていたこと、こんなお手紙に込めて、こんな時もあなたも言葉声を聞いてるだけで力が湧いてくるんだ。笑ってたいでどんな時もでも辛いくらい痛いでくなるけどね、あなたに触れるだけで気づけたこの世界は日の鮮やかになる花が咲くように笑ってたいでどんな時だって描いてきたいつも自由に今日のまたあなたに出会えるかなこの世界は終わるその日までなり続けていて I don't know why this music brings me joy every time. いつもあなたもことを求めちゃうんだ救われたんだ支えられてきたんだああねえもっと惚れていたいよずっと空にでもしよういつまでも大好きがあなたが日々にていますようにこんなたくさんの気持ちぎゅっと作るの思いちゃんとつなれられなかなちょっとだいぶ噛んだけどきっと届いてくれたよね全部渡さなそうなオーラもしもあなたに出会えてなかったらなんて Hi Zeus been called artistic before? Nice. Is this Millie? Who's Millie? I don't know who Millie is. 辛いくない痛いことたくさんあるけど、この世界はいつでもどこでも音楽で溢れてる。このこんな少年な子供こなてたいてどうしたら今バカでかいこと夜こともあるけど、そんな時もきっとあなた以外で触れれば。The singer is Yo Asobi. I've been listening to her music for a long time. I like her music. It's great. どうか千年先もヤオ CP. Yeah, Yao CP. Holy shit. Yo Asobi. Oh shit. Would have been your second guess. Ooh, okay. They're both quite good recent anime OP makers. Oh, I actually didn't know you also be seeing seeing OP for anime. They did Beastars 1 and 2? No, they did 2 only. One is wild something. 2 is Kaibutsu, right? That's definitely your Asobi. 1 is not. Or as far as I know, no. Mini did Goblin Slayer. I don't know what that is. 2 and 3. Oh, there's 3 now? Holy shit. It could be. Could be. Zeus, I'm struggling to get your feet to look good. That's so difficult. A feet hurt. I didn't even realize that Zeus has 4 front leg toe. So now I'm just adding it now. I'm actually kind of surprised how after changing the audio tracks, My OBS is eating a lot less CPU. It's 5.9% now. 3.9. What? Well, I mean, I'll take it. I will definitely take it if we eat a lot less CPU like that. Hmm, I have a question suddenly. Um, Is it is it actually possible to just is it actually possible to just to just like change the graphic card into a stronger one without changing anything else? Would that break the PC or would that actually work? I mean, because I changed it from my sister had a 1070 10 ask again in 20 seconds. Oh, okay. I just suddenly had this question because if that's possible, then I might be able to just like buy a graphic card and keep it that way for now, right? Of course it is if it works. Yeah, I changed that. What? So I don't know if it's possible to just buy a new graphic card and just like change it into my PC into a stronger one without changing anything else. Or would it just break everything? Because I changed my 1066 GB into 1070 before. You have to delete your old drivers. Oh, that doesn't sound like too much of a hassle, no? Replace new card, install new drivers to delete old drivers. I don't think I deleted old drivers at all. After me changing from 1066 6 GB to 1070. I mean, 1070 is what my sister had, and she mentioned that it's a little bit better if you have the AMD or NVIDIA and are swapping the same to the same GPU brand. It does it on its own, if I remember correctly. Oh, okay, then I got lucky then. Yeah, I changed from NVIDIA to NVIDIA, so it should be fine then. Okay, okay. I don't know if it's available worldwide. Maybe? What if it's like a drastic change, right? Because I went from 1060 to 1070, which is like a little bit of a change. But then what if I went from, let's say, what is the most reasonable one to get? Actually, okay, what say, what if, let's say, the strongest one? Or the newest one by far? Uh, what's the newest one? 40, no, 50 something? Would it be possible? I don't think so, right? That would be kind of funny. Like everything else is like lao pek pek, lao kok kok. And then you have like one strong as motherfucking graphic card that just outperforms everything. It's like, wow, right, that's gonna happen. Just pull them down. Okay. If it's supported by the software, it should be fine. Oh, okay. Software being, is it the NVIDIA GE Force or something? Is that the thing? Or is there some other software that I need to like know about? I think GeForce was discontinued a while back. I don't know, you have AMD. Ah, fair, fair. I guess I should check. Do they look slender enough? I hope so. It's just called NVIDIA app. You might have to uninstall the drivers yourself. Drivers you're using. I'm confused. I don't know how to change those things, question mark. I guess I'm kind of hopeless when it comes to like technical stuff or like the computer tech savvy stuff, I guess. There's a program called DDU that does it for you. DDU? If I search at the start menu when I see it. DDU? Display Driver Uninstaller is a utility that completely removes graphic drivers and related files from Windows systems, ensuring a clean slate for new driver installations. Download needed. Wow, I never heard of that before. Oh shit, why would you open up fucking Microsoft Edge? No, I don't want to get Edge right now. I mean, huh? Wait. DDU. DDU is great. I used to fix my PC before, but also can break your PC if you use it wrong, so read documentation. I fuck it. Very drop is open edge. I'm getting edged. Read documentation. It's gonna be one of my worst. Oh my god. I couldn't read. I couldn't read. My sub phone couldn't get on VRC. You can fish a mobile? I haven't fished in a long time in VRChat. I need to change that. We could fish later. Those probably it's working, to be honest. Don't edge kobolds unless they ask you nicely not to. Hey, okay, look, I may not be a kobold, but well, I may not be a kobold now, but I'm still a kobold at heart, and I'm pretty sure edging good. Edging good. Did that whiff? Heck yeah. Oh wait, I'm looking at this right now. Disconnect your internet or completely block your Windows update when running DDO until you reinstall your new drivers. Should be used when having a problem installing a driver or when switching GPU brand. Oh, I mean, I'm not switching GPU brand. That's why it kind of worked miraculously, because I think it was like 2 years ago. My sister gave me her old GPU, which is like 1070, which is an upgrade to my PC. So it's like I changed it. So I went from 1066 GB something into a 1070. I just changed it. I just changed it, and I was like, whoa. Whoa, it works. Holy shit. All drivers get removed if the NVIDIA driver thinks it's too old. It just ignores it exists. Oh. Well, I guess so long it's just not causing any trouble. So it should be fine, I think. I guess I'll look into the DDU. I'll look into the DDU stuff if I were to at some point buy a new graphic card, which is highly unlikely, I feel like. You did fresh reinstall? No. I don't know. I don't know things like that. I have zero. I have almost zero knowledge on computer stuff. For 4.4, it's telling you something. No, don't get superstitious at like right now. Don't get superstitious after reading it 444.4. It's bad. You're Chinese, right? Yeah, you're Chinese. Don't read into it too much. It's fine. Those are only numbers. It's not gonna hurt you. This one sounds like an anime opening. Like this one has that energy. I know I said it. I know I said it multiple times. I wanna I wanna check the vault after. I'm so curious. It's either my vault it gets destroyed if I miss like if I mess up the settings or something, or my vault is safe, and it's just gonna be a snake yapping. Hi, hey, couple, welcome. Hmm. Heck the gym. Oh my god, what am I looking at? Oh, it's a lizard absolutely jamming. Wow, I like that. We take that. And Crystal Lizard from Demon Souls? Oh, I never played that game, so I have no idea what that is, but hey, now I know. And the Paul? Heck yeah. And Paul is great. Speaking of, I mean, I just kind of think of something. Like I've been looking at Bucket's stream, and then I saw Bucket playing Valheim. It's like, ooh, I kind of want to play back Valheim at some point. But then there's no more dragon content. It's like, I stopped that. I kind of stopped playing when I reached the plains, and it's like, I mean, why am I still playing? There's no more like dragon content. So eventually I just kind of dropped it. I know it's a weird reason to stop playing, but still, still. I never checked this one. This one looks more and more weird now. I forgot to check the side view. Oh no! And Zeus and you were playing Valheim. We're still quite early. Ooh, Valheim is fun. It can be very grindy, and even with 3 times resource gathering, it still takes a lot of time to just gather everything. But it's kind of satisfying, honestly. It kind of is. I cannot lie. Yeah, trust the process. At least now it looks slightly better. Slightly. I think it's not that harsh. Imagine if I didn't mirror and then I spent 1.5 hour here doing nothing. It did mirror, right? Okay, it did. uh, Hi, Brad Talk. I don't think the feet are super important though. That's fair. But I just kind of want to like make it look good. The overall design doesn't even have feet. Yeah, I know. But just in case, right? Snake Kobo? Heck yeah. I'm a snake, but still a kobold at heart. Just in case something like Johnny Shiny Dirk, I forgot this. Brad Talk is also called Johnny. Johnny Dirk also has this like model, and then sometimes when he wants to show beans, and then I don't want the feet to suddenly be like bleh. So this is all a just in case thing. So I'm spending a lot of time on feet, not because I like feet, but I want the overall design to look presentable at least. So here I am. It's okay. I think it's worth it. The more I do this, the more I'm gonna feel more comfortable and more used to doing it. No, could be good for the long run. Sadly, I can't show beans because I have no VR equipment. Oh, I can show beans because you cannot because the Nefertiti or Dovabrodian dragon doesn't have hand tracking. Oh, it's less like added afterwards because Celeste can move her hands while with the Dovabrodian, uh, like her own Dovabrodian reskin, something like that. That could be why. Think the front toes are almost done. Almost. I think the model can do it, but I don't know how with only keyboard and mouse. I mean, even with webcam, it doesn't move. But my model can. Maybe there's like a settings for the Doverbrodian dragon that we can change to have the hand tracking sort of. Probably maybe would be my guess, but I'm not too sure if it's true. If I were to go fishing after, then we can take a look at it together. Yeah, I think just a little bit is enough. I knew it doesn't loop, I think. Did it? Oh, it did loop. Wow, I'm surprised. Wait, I can just sort of make it play because the music is not gonna play on the VOD anymore. Wait, there are like a few music that I can still listen to. I can listen to Daoko as well. Oh my god. Here, I'm gonna let this like mix play on its own. Here, we start with this one. Heck yeah. This is also one of my favorite. This is from Spy X Family. I love it. 彼と仕掛けに手前なこと仲良くなれ前そばの下手がきかててその服に溶けてきてきたメロディーの重なった小さな出会い街よどなでかに今日にもちょっと見つけられてくね印が欲しかった景色に一つずつリボンかけてお土産みたい気がつねばからつつくよかえ道季節が挨拶くれたよ涙はちょっと拾ったよここから争うのあたりもらったこのかえ道あなたに向かう道を、おーおーあなたに向かう道を、おーおー虫けられたみたい飛びすぎてたいての毎日に探したメロディーのつかなった調してくれた読み手を振って知らせるよなよまなにねいと言ってくれたように手離れておーおーおー一つずつリボンかけてお土産ひたいきなつねばけな続くよかえ道季節が挨拶くれたよ涙のちょっと拾っちゃったよあらそうなのあたりものあったこのかえ道そじゃなどんな旅をして見つけあどこだけかよ Hmm. At least now I feel like it looks slightly better. I think.ちょっと照れくさいけれどずっと思っていたことそんな手紙に込めてそんな時もあなたも言葉声を聞いてただけで力は湧いてくるんだ笑ってたいてどういう時 Oh wait, where is this music playing from? It's not being captured, I think. Wait, wait. This one is not coming up from any. Oh, that's weird. Where did that sound come from? Okay, so I don't know if Vault will be able to hear the scan me or the maximum jank, to be honest. I didn't think about that. Oh, that's weird. I don't know actually. The sound didn't play at all. It played on my end. Okay, yeah, there we go. The first problem. So that means that it's not played on stream, but it played on my end. But on my audio mixer, I don't see anything that's playing that sound. What? I thought the sound is coming from Firebot, but I guess it's not. Wait, I have an idea. Let me check. I think I did it here. Q effect list preset effect list edit barcode scan. It should be playing from Firebot. Yeah, it should be playing from Firebot scene, but it's not playing at all. Where did it play then? What? Oh no, we have a problem. Is it because it plays on local file? Oh wait, is this why? Yeah, send to overlay. Ah, send to overlay. That should work. That should work. Is it default? So this and also scan me as well. Effect, edit, edit, send to overlay, save. Need to set up a new bot. My bot is bad. What bot are you using? I don't want to redo everything I did. Yeah, I went through that pain, I know. I went from streamer bot. Yeah, I used to use streamer bot for a lot of things. And now I'm using Firebot after after a while. Oh, mix it up. I think mix it up is not bad. Ooh, you're gonna get hypnotized. Hi, Lex. Rainbow Snek, you're gonna get hypnotized. Now you're gonna give me your money. Oh my god, the money is going off from your wallet. Oh no. Wow, what's gonna happen? Joking, joking. Hope Lex is doing it. Thank you, Bretok. さてのなばそきなり星をつかむ僕たちの震えた夢いの日の生のノリとからさこの後どんどん進む光になる Okay, resting mostly. Gonna pack for flight later. Think I may try a bit of scuba scuba first though. Ooh. Oh wait, so our time should be very similar if you are still in if you are still with Bailey, right? 2 p.m. Oh my god. Yeah, oh my god, you're right. Thailand is 1 hour slower than where I am. It's 3 p.m. here. Whoa, that amazing. Holy shit. I don't know why, just sometimes thinking about time zone where friend could be close to where I am sounds exciting. I think I'll leave the feet. I'll leave the feetsies like this for now. I think it looks slightly okay. Oh, oh yeah, that's the plug. Hmm. Let's skip this one. Okay. Want to visit so many beans? Unfortunately, my budget really only allows for like one big trip a year. Yeah, that's fair. Traveling, especially these days or like these years, I hope not though, but these years is going to be extremely tough, difficult, and expensive. Especially with what's happening lately. So I'm not gonna talk too much about it, but if you know, you know, right? War and shit. But yeah, I'm glad you can still travel around and visiting beans. And I hope you had fun with Tight Tails. Heck yeah. Which is why I try to make the most of it. I still like I kinda want to save up money for Firm this year. It's also why I wanted to do art as well. I know like I mentioned this before, it's a very selfish reason to do art, but I kinda want to like make some extra money as well. That's why I'm here, right? But I think even with me saying that, being honest and shit, I still like doing art. Just as it is, right? I still like it. With or without money, fuck yeah, I love doing art. And recently I've been trying to sort of go sort of grow through the feeling of needing to compare with other people. right? I think I said this just now, but still, right? I was comparing a lot of my art with like what other people did online. And it's like shit, man. But then I realized it's so unfair for them and me, right? For them, mostly it's because like they spend their entire life perfecting their craft. And then there's me spending a few months of doing it. It's like, hmm. So yeah. Nightales was heckin' nice, only cute beans, wish I wasn't as shy so I could get more shots of folks in suit. Still kicking myself for not finding Spoo the Suitor. Saw the head in the first launch, but then never saw them out in it. Oh, oh, unfortunate. But there will be always next time. I believe. I believe. I haven't actually seen a spider suitor like for a few times I went to Firm, which is actually kind of surprising. Hmm. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I want to say anyway. I had a weird feeling when I stopped by Celeste's stream during her special stream, and then she did this zappies. Right? I know what it is. I know what it is, and it's like I'm curious now. Right now I feel curious. I don't know why, but I'm so curious and at the back of my mind for whatever fucking reason. For for whatever fucking reason, I think my brain tells me that oh I'm gonna like this. Like, yo, wait wait a minute. Wait a minute. Right. So that is kind of weird. I get it, right? I get it. But at the same time I'm like I'm so curious because I don't know, I want to try it. No, I want to try it. Holy shit. Hoping to end up in the Titles gallery on the site later. We'll see. Christian picks I took a combo one. Yeah, I won. Zappies, yeah. I think that awakened something in me. I don't know about that though, but still, I don't mind giving it a try. I'll leave the toes as is for now. At least looking from afar, it looks kind of okay-ish, I think. If I could squeeze them together more, it would be nice. I'll do it next time. Hmm. Okay. Oh, that is not what I. Oh my god, I have to add wings. How? I never thought about adding wings. Oh no. Wow, wow. Oh shit. I. Hmm. That's gonna be a bit of a problem though. Zeus has extremely long tail, that's why. It does taper out very slowly. I mean, look at this. Whoa, long tail. I don't even think this is enough long. I feel like it should be a little bit longer than this. I think if there's any like VOD viewers, VOD viewers could they could open up their own music while looking at me do art. It's a thing they could do, right? Because I'm still thinking about like if the VOD has no sound or like no background music at all, it's gonna be so awkward. No, 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 they can absolutely focus on me doing this art, right? They totally can. It's fine. I think this should be good. I'll add the nails after. That looks very weird though. It's not like this, right? Yeah. Shiny? Yeah. I have a shiny Snek. Hi Ash. Hi Cobalt. I don't know about the hind legs, but I think I kind of want to work on something else for now. I think I looked at enough feet for the day. Oh, you have the back spikes, right? Yeah, back spikes. Not until the end of the tail. Oh, I didn't think about that. This one... So this one can be seen on top, but it cannot be seen here. It's kind of hard to get it right though. It's okay. I'll try to change it as best I can next time. For now, let's work on the back spikes. In a way, I think... Oh, it's very... I don't think I want to just use displays. I think that would be a very bad idea. Nope. I'm doing it on my... I'm doing it the other way. Okay. Also, hope Ash is doing good. Welcome. Okay, let's work some magic. Magic. How do I do this again? It's cool. No, I did it with cylinder. I think I did it with cylinder. Oh, cylinder has shit topology. Well, it's not shit topology, but it's gonna be hard to work with. Is it though? Hmm. Hmm. I just use it. I mean, I'm not gonna. It's gonna be just a pink color. It's fine. Okay, how would I do this? Did a good job with the horns. Now that Ram style horns are the pain in the ass to do in 2D. Yeah, I get that. It is very painful, but I love them though. I love curved horns so much. I love them because my beer finds my horn annoying to draw. Hey, curved horns, valid, adorable even. I love curved horns. Oh, I used to do. Oh my god! Wait. Oh, I did this one, and then I realized, yeah, it's a clipped horn. Ooh, I forgot the clip-ons. I messed up the horn the first time. I wanted to get my original artist to draw alts for it. The original idea was to have alts. Out of alternative of what, the horns? Ah, different horns. I like curved horns though. I don't mind. I don't mind working with them. Different shapes with clip-ons. I can work with that. Okay. I think it's to use. I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna hide the dragon for now. Okay. I want to look at this Buddha picture real quick. Oh my god, you meant Gento? Gento's like the final suit is so cool. I think I recognize this music artist. I'm sure there's Japanese first dance video somewhere. I have been listening to Yoasobi's music for a long time. I mean, Yoasobi is pretty like well known around the Asia part, so oh my god, it's him. I recognize some suit that you took pictures of. Oh, that's a nice bag. Even the water bottle? Oh my god. Oh, the Spooder art Slay? Oh my god, I love that. Jerry Cafe. Hmm. Oh, is that cafe like nearby Thai Tales? Oh, that's a nice looking place. You know them? They were cool. One of the very few students that was also handing out cards and stickers while still in suit. Yeah. Again, Gento can be pretty crazy. But then I think I just have like a special feeling towards vinyl suits. Those are vinyl, right? Or inflatable? I don't know if they're inflatable, to be honest. It's either vinyl or inflatable. I'm not too sure. Jerry's a bit of the way, but it's very cozy, awesome food, and such heckin' vibe. Lots of art folk left along with cards I didn't get a pick of. Or vinyl. Okay, okay. I'm glad I was right on that. The con I'm going to is over a month away. Nice. Hope you're gonna have big fun at the con. I'm still trying to save up for Forum this year. At least it's like at the end of the year, so I still have a chance to always have the big fun. Yes. There it is. I was like, there should be a scale. Gonna get overwhelmed by the number of Dirks again? A big Dirk pile? I'm gonna get overwhelmed by many, many Dirks. That sounds hella fun. So, the scale is not like this. It's not exactly spike-like. From the top, it's like... On the side... Oh. What doing? This. The... These... Raindrops? R oh, oh, raindrops! Oh, okay, okay, then... Hmm. I could do it... Wait, back. Circular? Oh, they're not exactly like... What if I do something like... Yeah, they don't... Oh, what if I do bend arc instead of bend curve? Wait, no, bend arc only... Oh, shit. Taper? Taper? I mean, I can do that in bend curve. Bend arc is like... Well, bend arc does this, so it's probably not. Wait. Ah. I mean, I can kind of just... Bend curve, do what I did just now. And then I can sort of just pull this one out to be circular or smooth them out. What if I smooth? If the dark meet with lots of fursuiters and my BF had to introduce me because I just froze, yeah, I wouldn't get overwhelmed as well. Uh, it's the topology, right? Yeah, I'm pulling this one down, and the rest doesn't follow because lines. I mean, this one would be easier to pull. What the? What the? Is it raindrop? I don't even know if this is raindrop enough. Hmm? Hmm? Oh, it's already. I need drink. Wait. Hmm. I mean, I guess I could try using this one. I have to save again just in case it crash, which I don't wanna. I think I might have to clean up my ZBrush files at some point. Thank goodness raindrop is like a very organic shape, so it's a lot easier to do in ZBrush. I think I should duplicate this one. Raindrop. Hi, Broken. Is it something like this? Wait. Oh. You don't even make it curved, but I feel like it should be curved. I think. I also curved it the wrong way. How the fuck did I do that? How is it possible that I curved the wrong way? Oh my god. No more raindrop shape and have it half in. I hmm. Yeah, you're right. It's not hard. Let's redo it because this one is like the base and I already messed up. But now that I know what to do now, don't curve it, then we should be fine. Let's remove this one. Blech. And then I'm gonna delete this one as well. Gonna append a new one. Boom. I'm going to divide once, do it lower, make them smaller, longer, and then bend curve, and then just straight up here. I think I can scale up here a little bit actually. It would be just like a cone, but I know this is like extra work, but I don't know why I did this. I could just use a cone and stretch them out. I am so stupid actually, wow. Anyways, it's fine. Let me demolish this. Whoa. That works. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, I don't know who this is anymore. Oh, it's your SOB? Wow. I guess I never heard of this one. Gonna get a heat lamp to distract the snake? Oh, why a heat lamp? Cold-blooded? Oh, I never thought about that. Hmm. The newer YOASOBI music just kind of go for the cutesy style. Is this raindrop enough? It's very... It's very not symmetrical for some reason. What? 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 I think I can use this. Think it's fine, you can just sink it into the skin. You're right. Here, let's give it a try. Raindrop. Ooh. Okay. I think this is good. I don't know. I never had a raindrop backscale before. This is so unique. I think it looks fine. It doesn't have to be a sound. Okay. It can be like fully cut in half. Oh shit, okay. Let's say, but it has to be like point and it has to... hmm. There has to be some gravity going on, right? So what I can do, I can try to do is after placing, yeah, because I looked at this. It looks like they have some gravity going on. Like this one is like pointing down. This one is also like pointing down. This one goes up a little bit, but still, from what I can see anyway, there's a little bit of gravity going on. Or just, no, or they just think too much. Yeah, I know. But I want to get the idea, right? I want to make the wood making say it's raindrop. Condensation. Hmm. Mm-hmm. You might be right, actually. No, I'm looking at Discord for a bit. I guess I can, yeah, I could just duplicate these, put it in, and see. I kind of want to have a little bit of condensation is, right? It's like something condensed, like a condensed milk. That's how I know the word, I guess. It's like a solidified, a more solidified raindrop that is not being affected by gravity as much, if at all, is my understanding. Water vapor form into water on the surface. Oh, right, right. Mm-hmm. I want to have a bit of a differentiation between all of these because I don't want them to look too unified. Like, I know it's not like a big thing, but if you look from afar, if everything looks the same, it's just gonna be so boring. So I want to like have a just like, something as simple as boom, or like just the tiniest bit of difference is gonna change a lot. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I want to have a different size though. Do you think I can make the raindrop a little bit bigger, or kind of like the point down a little bit. One thing that I remember asking the ref artist was that I didn't want them to be super common. So that's why there's a lot of like very different, very unique settings for Zeus here. Clip-on horns, seamless mouth, endless talking, raindrop back scales. Oh, just the spikes? Oh, okay. I mean, it is not common. Or this is the first time I've seen a raindrop back scale. It's not that it doesn't work, but it's super duper cool. Hmm. I'm gonna go back to the playlist again. I'm gonna listen from which one? This one. Okay. Common as in a lot of them. I didn't want it to have a lot of spikes. Oh. So big and lesser number of raindrops is what I'm hearing from this. If that's the case, I think I could. Hmm. Design a character, I may just put a lot of details together until I liked it. Isn't that doesn't that goes for most, if not all, character design going on? Like you try until you find something that you really like. Not too much, right? Hmm. Hmm. No. This one looks way better than this one, actually. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, I kind of messed up. Like, this part feels very weird. Like, this one feels pretty smooth. This one feels weird. Then why don't I just, like, copy this one? So, until... For my scene, until about here, and then it stops. Oh, this one I need to fix as well, the tail. Right. I guess I could do that after. Send it a thing? Hmm. I mean, if it's changing the scale color, it's not gonna be a big problem. If I were to keep using Substance Painter, then changing the color of a thing is hmm. If you want to like, I'll still use this one for now. But if you want to change the scale color to the color that you want, then you can always tell me, and I can just change it. It's not hard at all. Mm-hmm. Still, right? The options there. Oh, this shape is actually so good. Oh no. No, I want the last one to be like this as well. So hey, it could be lazy, but I really like this shape. Like this one. It's so good. This is the ideal shape and I found it. Because this one is like it could be like a back scale, but it's actually just a raindrop. I like it. I will drink. I think oh, I forgot. I should taper them smaller and smaller towards the end. That looks fine. Yeah, that looks fine. Am I being too lazy towards the end? Like the distance between this and this is a bit long. I mean, this one I could. These two a bit far. I don't know if I'm being lazy or hmm. Yeah, the back ref is like what the back ref is a lot, right? and then mine is kind of like very big and not a lot. Mm-mm. I don't know if I want to add more. I could. I could keep it like this for now. And if the end product requires me to change it, or if I feel like I want to change it, or if you tell me that I want to change it, then hey, at any point I can just like change it, because I always have this like file that I can just like access and change. It's also why I save so many different like files, so that I can always get back into like changing the things that I want to change. It's nice. I'm just like worried about the wings now. Like I don't know how to make that. How do I do membrane on what? Oh no. I guess I just do a plane. Okay, maybe it's not that hard. I could just do a plane and move it as like a membrane. Yeah, they could do. I should do like this one helps a lot, right? I can just do these first, and yeah. Okay, it's not that it's not intimidating. I think it should be fine. I can make that. I can make that. It might not look very good though, but I can make that. A dragon but paper airplane. If I go like Sketchfab or Free 3D Turbo Squid and search for paper airplane and put it in. Weird. Hmm. Weird. Is it because I made it as like a generic dragon? Sort of? But then Zeus looks a lot more slender than this. Is it? Sure looks a lot more slender, I feel like. Here, wait, here, like this part. This part to the tail is like so smooth. I guess I have to like squeeze in the thigh area, so it's here. It's more for colors and patterns. So you think this? I mean, I think if that's the case, I think this is okay-ish at first glance. Looks like here's more. This one, it's the tail. Ah, this one. Yeah, this one more. And then this one a little bit more. This one's fine, and a little bit more here. To the tail should be a lot more chunky at the start. Something like that. Also, sad other stuff I found, just old stuff. Ooh, horn types. A different color for the clip-on horn. That was artist trying to figure out what I had asked them. Looks about right. The concept. So cool. Okay. Do you think I spend 3 hours a day on art? I feel like I can stop here because I feel like if I were to do too much, I'm gonna get burned out way easier again. I stop here and then maybe on other days that I can do this again, right? Check what's the days. Oh, I feel bad because uh, uh, you guys has been so patient with me. Like this is supposed to be like a last year or last year 2 years ago thing, but I didn't do it for the longest time because of me being me. It's like I I need to do okay. I need to set this as like a rule. It's always the first step that's so hard. It's every time before I started streaming, and then it's like I'm so scared of doing art. But then once I start doing it, it's just so much fun. It's always that first step. It's always. So I need to do more days of like 3 hours a day art and then do something else after for a little bit. I think that could be nice. No? I think that could be nice. For now though, I'm gonna take a small break. A small break because this time the coffee is a little bit slower. But I feel like it's weird how coffee is acting up quite a lot lately. I'm a little bit concerned. But anyway, I'll be right back real quick. Hello and welcome. Epic. Oh, Ostro Raptor. Thank you. While I was away, oh my. Thank you. Alright. I was thinking, yeah, I think doing art 3 hours a day is it's fine. It's fine. Right. So I don't know if I want to do it tomorrow, to be honest. If I want to, ooh, Sunday maybe? No, if I do it tomorrow, then Sunday I could do something else. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, oh my god, I forgot about Halo. Wait. I forgot about Halo. And Lunasid. Oh my god, I forgot about so many things. It's crazy. I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking that I want. What do I want to do actually? Do I fish? do I fish is crazy. I mean, I guess I could fish, or I could play Pokemon. I bought this when it's like very affordable. I bought this with my Counter Strike money plus a little bit of my own money. I only paid a few cents for this. I saw Toon play this. I saw Toon play this. It's like ooh, like ooh, very cool. Is Snek going fishing? Oh, it's playing, but I don't hear it. Okay, that's very broken. Did you guys hear the rate? Did you hear the rate? Is it too loud? Because I don't hear it at all. Oh, the audio mixer. You heard it? Okay, okay. So I think I need to change this to. It played fine. Okay, okay. I think I just need to. Also, thank you, Horse Dragon. Thank you. Sorry, I have a new new audio setup. There. Okay, this should work now. Altnum, hi. Welcome, welcome. I'm still thinking what to play. Did you eat the boat? No, the boat ran away because of art, so now I'm here. Hey, welcome in. What were you playing? Lies of P? I think did I hear about the game before? Isn't Lies of P like the movie about the tiger? Something like that? Or is it something else? And Puppet Souls? It's a Souls game? I thought it's a movie. That would be a lot cooler. Maybe, maybe. Okay, so now the alert should be working fine. I have this new audio mixer set up so that I can play this music without my vault being destroyed. That'll be a lot cooler. Oh yeah, also I forgot to. Wow, I haven't streamed for a few days. I forgot what I'm doing. Anyway, welcome in, Raiders. Usually I'm a kobold, but the kobold ran away, so now I am here. I'm Stixia. I'm a snake. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Like just now. And I plan to do a lot more of art. Definitely. Maybe like the next few days. Right. Do I play Pokemon? Do I fish? That is a question, isn't it? I mean, fishing would be fun. I think fishing would be fun, no? We could play Doki. I mean, I guess I could play this off stream, why not? Right? No, I'm gonna play this. Cobalt with paintbrush sounds cute. I think Cobalt that does art is very adorable. I can agree. Even though I may be a snake now, I'm a Cobalt at heart still. Yeah. Okay. I think we fish. Yeah, I think we fish. Let's change the title and stuff. I'm gonna loop this playlist. I cannot believe I'm actually listening to Yo Asobi when I'm streaming. This is crazy. Anyway, information. VRChat. Third whole themes in. Need to do some packing, fish making, thank package. Have fun fishing. Thank you, legs. Have fun. Well, good luck packing, I think. The packing is always so tough to do because I don't want to. It's always like when I'm packing, and then it's like I don't want to go. I don't want to go, but I have to pack. It's like, I don't like it. I'll keep the music playing still in the background. And I might have to turn off my 3D model because my PC might explode. Let's open up VRChat. Yeah, I might have to close my 3D software so that I don't break my PC. Alright, I'm gonna vanish for a bit. I'll reappear again on VRChat. It's fine. You're into that VR fishing game for bottoms? I have a friend who's been playing lots of that world. Yeah, I was obsessed, like absolutely obsessed for a week straight, and then stopped playing it, and now I'm back. もしかしてだけ Make it. I mean, I only play VRChat for the fishing, to be honest. Hey. Okay, I still want to be a dragon. Give me a second. Oh, you guys gonna hear the game sound, right? I have an idea. Give me a second. Let me change my avatar real quick. I'm hiding this because I don't want to get banned or something. Give me a little bit. I wonder if it's safe. Oh. Okay. Okay, I changed avatar. I'm not gonna get banned anymore. But to hear the game, I need to have this now. Here. 1, 2. So it should be playing sound now, I think. You guys did not hear the VRChat like sound just now, right? Cobalt dreams of being dragon, not surprising. Wait, is it not capturing? Oh, it's not capturing because I didn't change it. This one. There, now you guys should be able to hear it, I think. Oh my god, it's so loud. Okay, 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 it's working, it's working, it's working. I'm checking out, enjoy your fish. Oh, okay. Have a good rest. Thanks for the raid again, Horse Dragon. Bye bye. Alright, I'm gonna drink first, and then let's go fishing for a bit. I'm too big. There, okay. The perfect height. The perfect height. Okay, let me see if there's any like no wings. Is there like hand tracking? Oh, nice. I forgot about that. Uh-oh. Big tongue, tail, advanced ears? Face tracking emulation, I think. Lips tracking, eye tracking. I don't think there's like a... I I don't think there's a hand tracking here. Coco Loco? Oh, is this a dance thing? Oh, I mean, that's kind of a backflip. Oh yeah, there's no hand. No hand. I forgot about these. And then the chair, of course you can... This one just reminds me of Captain Wayne. Captain Wayne. Whoa. Items? I have an item. Oh, that was loud. Nice. Okay, let's go fishing. Wow, this fishing is still here. I wonder if there's any updates for the fish. World visited. This one. New instance. Invite plus. Joiners can accept requests. Yeah, that sounds about right. Join. Oh, we got double music. Did you guys know that I like Yaaaay? Well, now you know. Oh my god, I'm fishing again. Oh, do I know if my capybara anymore? Is it just me or is the game loud? I think I know why. Oh, I got the Steve still. I got a ghastly Steve. Well, ghastly Steve looks the same. Oh, hi, Breen. Oh, do you hear the gasp? Question. Because I changed the audio mixer. I don't think that played on stream anyway. Oh, Breen is doing it. Oh, I'm gonna break so many things with this new setup. I have 31. I have 4. Holy shit, I can just go play. Didn't hear for sure. Didn't for sure. Was playing this fire to the moment with a friend. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Have fun with space. So spare. Have fun with Spare the Spire. I'm gonna cry. Alright, let's go fish. Let me put this away for now. Oh. Okay. And then keyboard here. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, I'm back at this world again. Holy shit. I have 700k money. I can almost buy a luxury speedboat. Almost. 1 million. Millionaire. I have to be millionaire. Long creature. Bird, bird, bird. Alright, what's the daily? If I still remember how to do... Ooh, what is this? Oh. Oh. What? This new thing? Shamrock Shark? Is there like a new map going on? Where's Shamrock Shark? Okay. Have I seen the Shamrock Shark before? What? I don't think I've seen Shamrock Shark. Is it here? Must be a new thing then. Oh. There's no Shamrock Shark. Are you kidding? What do you want? How do I do this? Just get fishing. There's plenty of tokens in the water. It's said that Saint Paddy himself spread those around every year to celebrate the joy of drinking. Long creature. Nemo, I think Nemo is in Crescent Isle. ST is Saint, right? Saint Patrick is Irish. Oh, they said, oh my God, you go, girl. Happy birthday, happy hatch day. Fuck yeah. I'm 36. I'm dead. No, you're not dead. Happy birthday. No dead allowed. All right. No dead allowed. Nemo is in Prison Isle. Yeah, I was right. Right, let's go. Of course, she's fishing again. Jade, don't call me out like that. I like fishing. You cannot. I like fishing. Also, hi, Jade. Hello. Um. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm using my Yaaaay. I forgot. Alright, here you go. I have my Yaaaay. Level 120. Girl, chill out slow. Jade, I haven't fished for more than a week. I haven't played the fishing game for a week. I cannot slow down. I'm too slow. I must be fast. I must be like Snek. Alright, now I can drive. Let's go to Crescent Isle. Oh, I was. But they weren't fishing then, no? I don't think I've seen Celeste fish for a while. Or maybe she did, I just don't know. Alright, have everybody say happy hatch day for Breen. It's Breen's hatch day, wow. See? Give me that first try. And Breen heckin' amazing. We love Breen. Oh my god, I got a cursed doll! Well, I mean, that's literally perfect, no? Fuck off! It's so cursed. Ooh, that's a different thing. St. Paddy's token. 1. Okay, I got this. How do I get Shamrock Shark? I think that's like just a random drop. Because it's not in either of the indexes. Oh my god, it's Samsung Galaxy? I forgot how good this game is. Oh no. In chat, if I'm obsessed again, please don't blame me. Oh my god, give me the Nemo. You can get them from lucky pools. Oh, it's like a new pool. Okay. I wonder how long this event lasts for. What? Dragon. What's Nemo's color? Tiny hammerhead shark? Maybe I shouldn't be throwing that far. Oh, more dragon. Is it because of you that I'm not getting Nemo? Is it you? Huh? You can tell me about it, you little shit. Give me that clownfish. Oh. Haven't seen Sally fishing for her. She's fishing right now? Wait, is she playing VRChat? Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, she's actually fishing right now. Crazy. Fuck yeah, we love fishing. Chat, if I'm obsessed again, don't shout at me, okay? It might happen again. Oh no. It just might. Ooh. I think Nemo is blue. Can I get the blue now? You. What your color, huh? You blue. Am I too lucky to get blue? Is that it? Is that a thing? I would join her, but I'm scared. I think yeah, she's streaming as well, so let's not disrupt her flow. Must respect personal space. Ooh, two? Fishing gang? Heck yeah. I like fishing. Oh no. It's gonna happen again. I feel it. There's ooh, there's something within me that's like trying to burst out. Like an anime style. Rah, and then it bursts. Fuck! Give me Nemo! It burst out, and now we're gonna get obsessed with fishing again. Well, unlucko. Unlucko. I'm getting... I'm getting so many gold. Also, I noticed that there's a limit to how many fish you can have in your backpack now. Burst out, huh? You're right. Burst out. It's going to. Oi. Are you bullying? I swear, there's definitely like a modifier to lower... A modifier of a lower chance of getting that daily fish. When it's the current daily fish. You know this, right? All the blues, I didn't get any clownfish. If I'm already so close to not the ocean. Are you shitting? Are you kidding me? Huh? I'm not even that close to the ocean. I'm literally in the Crescent Isle, and then you keep giving me lionfish, which is an open sea fish. I'm gonna complain. There's a modifier that lowers the chance of getting the daily fish. This is it. This is the one. Fuck. No way! Oh, this is the one. Look, look. Hey! And I got albino huge. Thanks, game. I'm still gonna sell it anyway. I'm gonna give it for the stinky motorbike. I'm gonna give it for the daily. The fishing world is actually very well maintained. I wonder if there's any update to this one. I also wonder what Sally's level is. I haven't played this for a long time. Hey, nice. Crab? I think crab is in Coconut Bay. No, open sea. Okay, open sea. So I can fish anywhere for this. Let's find Lucky Pool then. Also, I want to stalk. I want to stalk Sally for a bit. I'm so curious about her level. Oh, I cannot see her level. No, I cannot see her level. I couldn't stalk. I'm terrible. I couldn't stalk. Right, anyway, let's keep fishing. Okay, open sea, right? I just need the crab. Maybe I can find a lucky fish or like the lucky pool somewhere. Let's drive around for a bit. I wonder if she will allow me to fish with her. I'm thinking too much again. No, don't disrupt someone else's stream like that. There's no pool around? Oh my god, there's no pool around. Scrap. Oh, scrap spawn doesn't have scrap. Oh, no. I'm still curious about this thing. Will anyone be able to get up this thing? I mean, I don't think I can jump high enough to get up there. It's so shiny, you know. I mean, there's this, but how is someone supposed to get up? Oh, it's the same color. I cannot even see where is this. I can't see where it is. Maybe this is a... oh, maybe this is a secret thing? I don't know. Like a... maybe it's like if I fish until I'm level 500 and then I can get in there. You know, it could be. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, oh my god, there's a pole. No. I need that pole. Lucky pole. Speculate 100 decks is impossible because of this, right? This place. Unfortunate. We don't access the pyramid. Oh, god damn it. Oh, it is what it is. Ooh, this one is feisty. Hmm. Huge bullock. How am I getting trash? Oh. Take your plastic back. Let's go. Moisture attraction, instant. Oh, I got a crab. Okay. Uh, nah, instant. I'm cheating. I honestly got lucky with the enchantment. The speed demon. I got really lucky. I got speed demon. Negative? Tiny? Ooh, I like this one. Whoa, Shamrock Shark? You got him, nice. This is what I used to do when I during off stream. I just listen to your SOB and then I fish. And I cannot believe I'm actually doing it on stream this time. Hey. It's also why I can level up this fast as well. Like, I can fish really fast. And that really helps a lot with, like, speed farming, I guess. Nice. Oh! It's another shamrock. Ay. Oh my god, I got another shamrock. Wonder if I could just sell the shamrock. Then it's either I get money or I get clover token, I guess? Why does it suddenly get so desaturated? You have Rune Rod. Hi, Blizzy. Shamway? I've been playing 7 Days a Die lately. Oh, you want a guarantee? Why don't you try Shamway? I hope you're doing good, Blizzy. You. Oh, nice. You've been playing it too? Nice. I'm playing it in a more cheaty way, so that I can have a lot of fun playing 7 Days a Die. How are you, Darkbolt? I'm doing pretty okay. I just finished, well, I haven't finished, but I just did some art just now, and now I feel very, very nice. And I intend to do more art in the future. Like a lot more. Electric. Scavenger? Ooh, oh my god, that looks so cool. Yeah, gonna break down everything. Scavenger is fun. If I play normally, I'm usually the strength because I like to bonk. But because I'm playing in a cheaty way, I can just max out everything and just excel at everything. So I can break cars, I can cook things, I can build things, I can... just everything, honestly. Good things to level 18 on in this world. Oh, nice, nice. Hope you're having fun with this fishing. Fishing is great. 3 cobbles in the biker suit. No more trench coat, it's just biker suit now. Oh, hi again, Brecky. I want under the shamrock. Ooh, it's suddenly very dark. Is this another shamrock, maybe? Oh, shamrock! The fishing control is very better in this world than it is in the other fishing world. I never really played other fishing world at all. But I do know that Celeste introduced me to this fishing world and I've been obsessed with it. Maybe sometimes I should address her properly. Sometimes I should address Celeste properly instead of like calling her Celeste. I bought the Cobalt story game recently because of you. Nice. Have fun with the game. The game is really, really, really great. And I will keep glazing the game because the game is so like just the premise of the game is already so unique. So yeah. You don't see any game that allows you to play as a 3 combos in a trench coat, right? I wonder if the other fishing world does the... if they do the Stardew Valley fishing minigame. Or something else like wet fishing. If it's web fishing, it's gonna be painful for the mouse. On the fishing world before this one debuted, I can do fish since I'm using VRC mobile. Oh, I'm still surprised how VRChat can run in mobile. What if people just use... I mean, the world Brodian is amazing, but the world Brodian is actually like not as optimized, so I'm sorry. But still, I fucking love this model to bits. But I feel like it's gonna crash mobile users now? Hey. Shamrock? Shamrock! Fun about the game because of the stream even. Hopefully it gets more traction over time. Yeah, me too. The game honestly deserves so much more. Like, the game is still being actively updated. They listen to feedbacks. They change what needs to be changed. They don't change what needs to stay. Like, they have a really good vision, is what I can say about it. Oh, I guess wrong. Great white shark. I kinda want to just buy everything at the St. Patrick's shop. There's actually... I don't know if I want to bring down the mood, but there's actually something that has been happening to me lately. Well, not really happening, but it's just like... no, yeah, it's because it's almost day for Qingmingjie. It's like... Qingmingjie is like the day where you honor the dead. You go visit them, you go visit their grave, you... like... you honor them with things, right? It's that day again. It happens every year, right? And then because of that, I have to like... I have to do the paper for the 金银子, the gold and silver dead people paper, something like that. It's a very Chinese tradition, right? And ooh, nice. And when I was like doing the papers, I thought about that again. It's like, oh shit. I'm so surprised too because it's been 2, 3, 2. It's 2024. Yeah, it's been 2 years. No, 3. No, oh my god, wait, it's been only 2 years? No way. I thought it's been longer than that. But it's been 2 full years since Dad's passing. I know I talk about that a lot, right? But it happens again because of this this day of honoring the dead. And I keep... I mean, I wasn't too bothered by it, honestly. But then, for the past few days when I sleep, it's just... I saw... like, it's like every time I sleep, in the middle of the night... What the fuck is this? In the middle of the night, I just sort of reminiscence on like... Oh, I just thought about... Oh, no, my brain keeps reminding me of the time when Dad was just staying in intensive care unit, and then Dad was just like lying down there and just like, you know, helpless and shit. Like, my brain keeps bringing me back there. It's like, God, stop, you know? And like I can't I cannot I cannot change how my brain. Oh, maybe I can, but I don't know. Like for the past few days, I really cannot, and it's like whenever every time my brain brings me back to that moment in time where where we were just standing beside the bed, and the only thing we can do is fucking hope that Dad survives this, which he doesn't. Right? It's it's rough. Right? It's really rough. So yeah, I guess it's been happening to me for the past few days, and I know, I always talk about that. I know, but I really cannot help it. Like I know that wasn't the best, but like fuck me, man. He's only 56 for fuck's sake, right? He's only 56. So it's like, God, right? It's unfortunate, really. Well, Celeste, Dragon, hi Dragon. Welcome. Thank you, Breen. How was the fishing? I definitely wasn't trying to look at your level because I was curious. Hi, Celeste. Hi. Hi, Mistress. Welcome in. Hi, TJ. Hi, Agron. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. I'm fishing again. Oh no. I just finished doing my art and then now I just decided to fish for a little bit. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tira. I'm a dirtball. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons, the bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. I'm doing the daily, and then I want to sell the fish. I wonder if I can sell. What I can sell? Can I sell the shamrock? One for 7K? Maybe not. I don't wanna. Of course, if you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. Same goes for everyone from the raid. You read Rings of Fire? Sadly, no. There's I don't think I've seen books of Wings of Fire around Malaysia. I mean, even if I go to the popular bookstore, there just wasn't any. But I've seen Eragon a few times. It's like, ooh, that's Eragon. And then I only heard about Wings of Fire about a few years back on Twitter. Wings of Fire isn't that popular around here. Yeah, there's Eragon, but then reading is hard. So reading is hard. Wait, what's the bounty fish again? Oh yeah, snap turtle. I need to go. Snap turtle is Tanglewood. Yeah. Let's go Tanglewood. I love fishing. I haven't played fishing for more than a week, I think. And now I'm back, and now I'm back fishing again. Wowee. I love fishing. I love fishing. Well, I think that's Tanglewood. That's Coconut Bay, I think. Where did Tanglewood go? Oh, it's foggy. There are some like broken sounds with my new audio setup. Oh. I mean, with the new audio setup, I can also listen to music that's gonna get me banned, but not going to anymore because I cut it out from the vault. Separate the audio tracks essentially. Yeah, it's a little bit. I feel a little bit shy because I was like thinking about that again. So before Celeste raided in, and then I was talking about how I was like extremely sad because I was thinking about that again. Oops. But it's real, right? Like I still cannot process after 2 years that my dad passed away. Still so young, so it's very unfortunate. Like it's been 2 years, but it's still like sort of, it's still kind of haunting me. So that's why I was talking about it as well. I was debating whether if I were to talk about it, but I feel like it could, hey, it could probably make me feel a little bit better if I were to talk about it. Oh, I got the capybara. I thought I didn't. First try, maybe? First try alligator? Oh wait, no, that's purple. Giant gharial. But it would take time to process them, yeah. I mean, I thought 2 years would be sort of enough for me to not cry whenever I think about that, but guess I have a lot more to learn about myself. There were a few times when I wake up in the middle of the night and then just like started crying. At first, I don't know what I was crying about, and then memory surges. It's like, oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, okay, I get it now. Right? Yeah, it's been tough, but I guess I've been trying. Although I say this, but Mom definitely has it way rougher than any of us in the family. Mom's strong. Frog. So yeah, I know I know that that is definitely going to like bring down the mood and stuff, but eh, figure that I kind of want to share about it. I guess in a way, I don't know. What? That looks so weird. Like lately, I've been trying to find something to do that allows me to sort of not think about things too much. Even for the past, we got them. For the past 2 years, actually. Like most of the time, I cannot just be left alone, not doing anything else, and I have to like keep finding things to do non-stop. Nice. All right, let's get back to the St. Patrick's thing. Thank you, TJ. I don't know about me being strong though. Like I cry so much for the past 2 years. It's crazy. uh, Also, thank you, Zuri. And crying isn't weak. I guess it isn't, but I just been told that I always am. Since I'm like I'm the only one in the family that's biologically male. You know, like Asian parenting and stuff. I wanna do the Shamrock Shack thing. Oh, so I can either get token or get money. How how do I know how many tokens I have? Ah, okay. I kind of want this one. I want a frog. I want the frog. Is it because of my settings that they look like... Do I dare? Do I dare? Ooh. No, they look the same. No, 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 no. I don't do... I don't want to make my PC explode. Medium is good. I've... How many shamrock do I have? Oh, I don't have shamrock anymore. Wait, I got this much shamrock? Wow. But yeah, sorry about, like, suddenly bringing that up. It's just that it's been happening to me quite a bit, and I kind of want to talk about it. I'll be fine though, I promise. 141. I couldn't... I couldn't buy any of these. Top of the morning to you? Okay. Want this? Happy St. Patty's. Please take part in the event and enjoy yourself. Okay. Is that a scrap? Oh my god, there's a scrap just here. You sneaky. 69k. Nice. Oh wait, I have a few cursed fish. Oh, I was in Tanglewood. Oh. Oh. Let's go to Tanglewood. I mean, it's not that far. Sandy something. Couldn't read. Oh! I missed it. Oh, I will drink. Thank you. Oh. Oh, no scrap here? Oh, I only got 2? I thought I had more than that. Eh, that's good enough. Wait. If it's only 2, then that's not gonna be a lot. I wanna get that luxury speedboat. Take it here. I'm gonna go get food and probably crash. Of course. And thanks for stopping by. And have good food and the rest after as well. You want to have your own ship, which is that you want to travel to weather the many storms of your life, rather it be alone, with friends and with family. Or be able to keep your head held high. I will definitely try my fucking best. Heck yeah. Thank you, TJ. It's probably gonna take a little bit more time, but I sure as hell can try. I mean, I've been trying, and I guess today I did it. I did some art. It wasn't a lot, but it's something. And I want to keep doing it. I want to keep doing it. Oh, hi again, Evie. I guess now we just roam around and see if we can find a lucky pool somewhere. What? Speaking of, go, go, go.
Reminder, you are a good dragon and an even bigger good girl heart.
I need him. Thank you, Evie. It's kind of embarrassing. It's been 2 years, but I'll still try my fucking best. Maybe, I guess in a way, this says something about my love towards that, I guess. Lucky pool. Give me that shamrock. I want that lucky token thing. Give me the lucky token thing. Eh. Still love the instant cast. The instant cast. Always try our best is the best we can do. Exactly. I never want to give up on anything and just be like, that's it, right? I mean, ooh, golden. The thing about me is that I want to give the things that I want to do, right? At least try them out first. And if I really cannot do it, then it's like, yeah, I really tried. I can be like, I already tried, you know? But hell no, I'm not gonna give up on art ever. Shamrock? I fucking love doing art. I love making my own model. Like, sometimes I make some shit models and people laugh at it. That's fine, right? That's fine. The most important thing is that I fucking enjoy doing art. The moment where I figure out there's something that I can do, I figure out a way to do a certain part of things, that's what makes me feel so fucking accomplished and happy. Double cursed seahorse, really? Am I cursed? I should probably do more art tomorrow. I want to do like 2.5 hours or 3 hours of art and then do something else. Do something else for a little bit. I want to keep doing that. I don't want to like not do art for many months again. Yeah. Although it's kind of scary though. Now that I'm almost done with Zeus's body, now I have to make the wings. It's like, oh no. Imagine sculpting wings though. Oh my god. Would be fun, but also, oof, it's probably gonna be a little bit painful. But I got this. It would be the first time that I'll be doing a membrane wing instead of a feathered wings. I've done a few feathered wings before, actually. I mean, my 4 scripted is feathered wings. Personally, I think... I mean, wings are equally as hard, but if I were to compare, I think membrane wings could be a little bit, just a little bit easier than feathered wings. Easier as in slightly less work, I think. I don't know, actually. I'm not even gonna compare. Oh my god, Shamrock. Shamrock. Oh, give me Shamrock. Nice. Oh, I just realized something. Because the VOD viewers are not gonna have any background music, so they're gonna hear me sing to nothing. Oh no. Yeah, well, it is what it is, it's fine. I mean, it's not that I'm singing a lot, it's just sometimes I cannot help but to follow. That's it. It's a bonus edition. They didn't know. I can be like, hey, VOD viewers, if you want to listen to what I'm listening right now, check out the stream. We can hang out together. We can even fish together. Maybe. Maybe. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, VOD viewers. We love you. Oh well, VOD viewers and also YouTube viewers. Because all the VODs that I mean my Twitch stream, I'll put them into YouTube. It's like an archive. So like if anyone wants to see my channel, what I'm about, they can check the YouTube archive to see the general idea of what my channel is about and what's the vibe and what the vibe is. I think that helps a little bit, I guess. I'm still thinking about like one of my YouTube video that I publish, right? I It's weird how that video is performing really well, but it's also like I know why. If I say what the video is about, you guys know why. It's a video about me playing Friday Night Funkin' versus Retrospector Part 2. That video is doing well. Wow, shocker. I know, right? I don't know why, like, people love Friday Night Funkin'. And then people love asking about what do you guys think of Sakuroma and Breakuroma, I think is her name. And then what's even more surprising is that I don't feel anything, or I don't feel much things, or if anything, towards Sakuroma and Breakuroma. It's just not my type. I love reptilians. So if they ask about like Pendulumbra or Retro or who else? No way. Decimated Fee? Decimated Fee? Oh my god, it's actually decimated. What? It's PS1 fish. I'm locking it. Oh wait, actually I want to lock one Shamrock. So that maybe in the future I can have like, hey, I played the St. Patrick's event because I have the Shamrock. Oh yeah, speaking of the Honor the Dead Day, I don't know what to call it in English. It's 清明节. 清明节. That day is on Sunday, so I don't think I'll be able to stream on Sunday. It's gonna be like a whole day operation thing. Well, not operation. It's not that serious, but it's a thing. It's a Chinese tradition that's probably gonna take like half a day, or maybe even a little bit more than that, because we have to like go to multiple different graves to like honor them. Hey. So I'll announce it on Discord after, saying that I don't think I can stream on Sunday. Just because of how long it's gonna take. Ooh. Shamrock? I love Lucky Pool. My obsession paid off. My obsession with this game paid off. I got a huge strong rod that has an instant attraction rate. Can I get more shamrock? I want more. I want more shamrock. Oh, thanks, game. You. Nice. I think that's like 6 shamrocks, I think. And how much token for everything? I think it was 600, if I remember correctly. Hmm. Static? Oh my god, it looks so weird. Now that I think about it, I think having instant attraction rate do feel like kind of cheating. Oh. I'm burning tiny herring. I can barely see that thing. What do you mean? Mine no. Mm. Oh, is that another? Is that a strange whirlpool? I cannot. I cannot see. I cannot read. Oh, it is strange whirlpool. Okay. I mean, strange whirlpool is great. I heard. Give me fish. Give me fish. I like fishing. I guess I'm still a little sad about wet fishing being done. It's like it's the first time I've seen that kind of fishing minigame where you have to like destroy your mouse to fish a what? To fish a good fish? I'll take it. And remember, oh yeah, it's because of web fishing. I have to change my mouse because I actually destroyed it. It was at one point, one fateful night that I was fishing and wet fishing, and then I fished something amazing, right? And because I don't know that I can upgrade my fishing rod, so I have to like spam like fucking 100 times something, 100 times for to get through the barrier or something, right? That thing. So yeah, because I was trying to click so fast that I pick up my mouse and then just like two finger clicking like this, and then I have to, and eventually I just kind of accidentally broke my mouse. That's 125, I think. 276. I'm not even halfway there. Oh, I want this frog. It's 500k. Oh, I need the money for the speedball. This game. I want the speedball. I really love the nighttime in this game. Neuron activation. Lucky poo. Lucky poo. Lucky poo. Dragon hip sway is so seductive. Don't worry about it. I'm definitely not deliberately trying to sway my hips like that. Nope. There's no intention behind that at all. I think this is a fresh lucky pool. We can fish it for quite a bit. Gift, gift, gift. Celeste emote are so nice. I think I got gifted Celeste subscription by Octane today. I was looking at Celeste stream for a bit and I was like, oh my god, there's someone gifted me. It's like, oh my god. But I didn't thank them because I was like, oh shit, I was already late. Getting a lot of shamrock. Maybe I can get everything today. I don't know. Probably not. いつもあなたもことを求めちゃうんだ。救われたんだ。支えられてきたんだ。ねえ、もっと触れていたいよ。ずっと空に手をしよう。いつまでも大好きがあなたが日々にていますように。こんなたくさんの気持ちぐっと詰め込めな思いちゃんと伝えられなかな。ちょっとだけ不安だけどきっと届いてくれたよね。全部渡さなさなほら。届いたかな。あなたに出会う。トラックン。花なんて思うだけで怖いとも大好きなんだ。僕だってどうした前はさ、笑ってたいでそっかで一もなるんでくんない。いつもいつまでも辛いくらい痛いのことたくさんあるけど、この世界はいつでもどこでも音楽で溢れ出る。このレコードとショート分の言葉を壊れたとしかないのばかん。夜こともあるけど、そんな時もきっとあなた以外で触れれば。Oh, I didn't mean to fish that. そんな気持ち、What? はこんな思い出できるのはきっと追いかけだけなんだ。Don't know how I fell there. 何やまないで、本当にありがとう。What? I'm getting a lot of weird things today. Catfish Emperor? Oh, you really an emperor? Holy shit. Hello? Well, we are mine now. Nice. Oh. I love that music. That music is what introduced me to Yoasobi, honestly. That and Gunjo. Gunjo is also like really like Gunjo is like it's super inspiring, honestly. In Gunjo, I mean, it's like don't care about what people think, just do what you want to do and excel at it. That kind of like message is like so amazing, honestly. And then just now that one was Love Letter. It shows like how an 11-year-old, I think it was, the story goes like an 11-year-old person sent a letter for Yoasobi saying how beautiful music is, and then that kind of inspired Yoasobi to make that music. It's amazing. I only heard about that, but not the other ones. That's the rarest fish? Oh my god, okay. I am mega lucky today. Hey. I have the Emperor in Electric plus Huge, worth almost 300k? That's crazy. Electric Huge Catfish Emperor? Maybe Bread Talk is mega lucky as well. Give me more Shamrock. I want the token. What? Imagine if I got a cursed Emperor. Cursed Catfish Emperor. Like that 5% speed demon proc. Would be cray cray. I'm gonna assume the token is used whenever I buy the thing, right? It's not like I just accumulate 600 and then I can afford everything. It's like if I accumulate 600 and then I buy it and I have to accumulate more again. 3 Shamrock in a row with the Pharaoh Rod plus Luck Potion. Oh, I don't have the Luck Potion. I think Pharaoh Rod is like more luckier than Rune Steel, I believe. But I have to buy it again and I have to re-enchant to get the Speed Demon or maybe something better, I don't know. Oh, dang it. Another one? This one is feisty. Another one? Make it. Soon get the rod you get for free at level 500. I think Coffee talked to me about it. Or told me about it. Like, once you reach level 500, you get like the reward. Oh, oh my god, it's my Manta Ray. I've been slacking. Sounds like Brad Talk is gonna get to 500 soon. I've been slacking. I'm not obsessed with fish anymore. What? Frozen manta ray? What? How many different kinds of manta ray am I gonna get? Oh my god, under the frozen. Oh, scotch the ducky. More scotchy ducky. What? What happened? Is the boat moving on its own? How long will you be fishing? Long. Well, not too long, but let me check the time real quick. What? Curse Halipat. Oh, it's already 6 p.m. I guess I can fish for about an hour more, about. Yeah. Oh, I can fish for about an hour more. Brad Talk is like the master of angler. Oh, this is... Oh yeah, they changed the icon. This is relic piece. Oh, relic. Oh, it's getting dark. My camera is not working properly. I got something to do and can join you in about 20 minutes if you want. Sure, sure. Heck yeah. I can fish with a dragon. Oh wait, so let's VRChat hangout is tomorrow, right? Yeah, it's Friday. Oh shit. I have to wake up early again tomorrow. I'll try to sleep earlier tonight. Or maybe I'll just fish tonight. Have a good luck, Talk. I'm actually gonna go open up the lights. My camera is not working properly now. Like, just a few seconds. I'll be right back. Hmm? I wanna do more art tomorrow. And then maybe I'll play some Pokemon tomorrow. Maybe. I'm already thinking about tomorrow. Crazy. Oh, I didn't get much Shamrock in this lucky pool. Is it occult pool? That kinda looks like occult pool. Is it? Yeah, it is. It's time to get more cursed fish. Cursed fish is great. More money. I just need to go to Tanglewood. What? Oh. You got great white shark? Holy shit. Wow. Oh, ionized fisher? I think this one is newly formed. I might be wrong. I don't know. Oh, I overshot it. School of Flying Fish? I think this one is to fish brekkie fish. Oh. I don't know if it's just me or did the fishing just got louder? Question mark? I have to check the font after. Oh, the corp doesn't work because I'm not using Tifa. Sorry, not Tifa. Tifa was the old one. VTuber Plus. Oh, yeah. The redeem, most of the redeem doesn't work because I'm not using 3D model. I'm using the VRChat currently. So sorry, Salik. I will refund. But also, hi, welcome in. Hope you're doing good, Salik. Refunded. Heckin' yip. I think the yip doesn't play. Do you hear the yip? Because I have a new audio mixer setup, so a lot of things are broken. Shit, I don't think that plays. Oh, it plays on my end, but it doesn't play on the stream. What? Cursed Mega Baby Megalodon? A cursed baby megalodon? I think it's an here. Oh my god, I still have ZBrush open? Wait, I still have ZBrush open and then my PC didn't break? Holy shit. But, well, might as well. This is what I have so far. I didn't close ZBrush, holy shit. My PC survived everything. I mean, okay, I didn't open up 3D software, so maybe that's why. I'll continue working on this tomorrow then. I think I already saved, but just in case, I'll do it again. Okay, there we go. Boom. Right, I want to do the firebot thing. Looks good so far. Oh, thank you. So a lot of the sound, right? Like this one, because it doesn't play. It doesn't play with. It plays sound on here. So it should be playing on audio out, but because I don't have that anymore, it has to be sent to overlay, I think. Oh, do I have to choose this? Is it gonna play on scene only? Or does default play on everything? Okay, this is troubleshooting time.
Sugidi Omaiwa. Yep, yep,
Oh my
yep,
god,
yep, yep. Toryu.
I don't hear it. It's so cursed. Okay, I have an idea. Firebot scene monitor output. Was it loud? I think I heard it cut in. This is so weird.
Yep.
Okay, okay, it works, it works. So I don't know. What if I okay, okay. This is professionalism going on right now. And like troubleshooting on stream. Let's go. Let's go default, and how about that? Are you gonna play the sound now? No. Okay, so I need three different. Are you? I need three different. No way. Oh, wait, I could just. Can I duplicate this? Aha. There we go. But then imagine I have to do it. So these are from. Yeah, even this one. Effect list, edit, place home, from folder, set to overlay, boom, save, duplicate, duplicate. It's not that hard. It only takes a little bit of effort to change it. It's actually very nice. Okay, and then so is this one. I don't know how bad this looks, but it's like so long as it works, it should be fine. And then so is this one. This also this one. Oh, this is on Zoom. Oh, right. I'm playing two different ones. So this one I just need to center overlay. Uh, Zoom. This one is seen? Right, okay. Oh, does he play on both? Right, I have an idea. Paste. There we go. This is on scene? Yep, okay. Alright, there we go. That should fix most of it. Funny how I didn't think about that, huh? Anyways, we're back. Okay. Wow. Oh my god, the thing is still here. Crazy. I think there's a lucky pool. Abandoned ship. We're going to lucky pool. Yeah, that's a lucky pool. Oh my god. I want a lucky pool. I love I can show the beans. I can show beans on demand. Beans. Right. Shokufuku no kimi ni? Actually, give me a second. Let's change music again. Yeah, let's continue listen to this one. I had enough of Yo Asobi for now. For now, anyway. Right, time to relax. Haven't seen Moon Rain in a while. Chat, is it weird that I like looking at my own character with a collar? Like, my Cobalt has a collar, the Dirtbolt has a collar. I don't know, I just think collars are kinda... Collars are... I wouldn't say kinda, collars are very cute. I guess that says something about me, question mark? Maybe, maybe. I don't know. I don't know, I don't know. I just like collar. I think they're very cute. Like, even me in real life I have a collar, but you know, since I don't really like how I look. So even if I wear the collar, it's just like no. 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 Oh, void tiny blobfish. Ugh. Dragon. Kobo evolve to small Dirk. Kobo digivolve. Small Dirk. Oh, tiny sunfish. Hi, Dragon Mama. Yeah, I'm fishing again. Turns out there's a new event going on, so why not? I didn't know about the event. I just kind of like, I wanted to do art and then do a little bit of something And then I decided to, hey, why not fish again? Because I love fishing. So here I am again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wow, wow. Wow, wow. Kobomon? Digivolve 2? Dergomon? Matrix evolution? Matrix is O3. What other evolution are there? I know O2 has a few. Like Digimon 2 has a lot of like different evolutions. What? A black and white Calibat. No! I want the lucky pull that lasts for 10 minutes. Grr. Yeah. Yeah. I cannot believe it. It only lasts for a little bit, and then the lucky pull is gone. Angry cobalt noises. Well, angry dirt boat noises. Is that Coconut Bay? I think that's Coconut Bay, right? If the tower is there, Tanglewood should be there. Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot to go Tanglewood first. Oh. I have a few cursed fish that I need to, like, uncurse them. Oh, only 3. 264. At least I'm kind of halfway there. To get this, I want this. I want the frog. I want the frog friend. I want this frog. I want this frog right here. I need that frog. Let's go Tanglewood. And uncurse those fishes. Oh. It's not Tanglewood. That's Tanglewood. I'm still so confused. Like, I don't know which one is Tanglewood. Oh. Gonna go do a dinner thing, you know? Take care. Was nice chatting. Heck yeah. Thanks for hanging around, Zuri. Weird friend. Have good dinner. I should get dinner soon as well. I'm getting a little bit hungry.
And welcome.
Grezopo, thank you. Oh. I think Speed Demon upgrade is so good. It's like every fish has a chance to get cursed. At first I thought cursed is bad, but it's the mega money maker. Ooh, 9 is a lot. Do I want to buy the Rod of Pharaoh? No, actually I want to keep the money. I want to buy the new auto pet. from the event. I don't know how long is it for the event, so it's best to get them first. Like a limited time event thing. Oh, money! That's not bad actually. Whoa, what happened to my face tracking? My face tracking is suddenly dead. What's going on? What happened to my face tracking? What happened to my webcam? Then do it again. Okay. No, it just doesn't work anymore. What happened? What happened? what happened? What? What happened? It just suddenly decided not to work anymore. What? Tracking that? I don't know how. It's just so sudden. Are you out of focus? Is that it? I mean, I couldn't... No? Oh, sorry. Hi, Lupo. The tracking is suddenly dead. I don't know what to do. Oh. 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 Something's happening. Oh. Oh. Something's happening. I think some... Oh, is it working now? Oh, yeah. Is it too dark? I opened up the light, though. Oh, I guess it was too dark. For whatever reason, my room is very brightly lit. Oh, anyway, money. 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 I like money. Money good. Let's go find more lucky pull. No lucky pull. Oh, that it spells out a word. There's no pool around. I wonder if I can get into the lighthouse now. Or is it like a... It doesn't say what I need. So I don't know if I can... I don't know when I can get into this lighthouse. I mean, I kinda just want to, you know, switch off the lighthouse to sabotage. I mean, huh? I'm not gonna switch off the lighthouse. I'm not crazy. Oh, wait, do you sell new things? I'm stuck. Do you sell new things or are you gonna be a dum-dum and sell the same thing again? Dum-dum, dum-dum. You don't sell new things, you dum-dum. You actually dum-dum. Alright, make it. Hi, Akko. Yeah, I can get in. Why don't you sell new things? Actually, I'm gonna double check something. So, they sell the line. This one. Strength and expertise minus. Attraction rate plus 20. Big catch rate plus 10. Luck plus 25. The diamond line is plus everything. You just get extra 10 big catch rate. And you minus my strength and expertise. Did they mistype this one? And then you're like the most you're the most pricey line out there. I still have to work 3.5 hours more today. Don't wanna. Oh, working sucks. Hopefully I can alleviate the pain a little bit of working. I need to go. Getting very sleepy, yes. Have a good EP, Salik. And also hope Akko is doing good. Welcome. Oh. Night, Salik. I wonder if I can upgrade the bomber. Is it possible to enchant the bomber and the line? Would be fun if we can. A lot of fog in this area. Oh. Oh. You cannot. You 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 cannot enchant lines and bobbers. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing. What if? Oh, I thought the game's gonna be funny. Haha, let me give you the best enchantment on the worst rod. Well, good to know. That place looks extremely good on nighttime. Holy shit. I mean, look at this. So good, so good. Amazing stuff. I love sceneries like this. Nighttime, bright lights, or like nighttime housing lights, street lights. Decoration lights. It's very heckin' cool. There's no more lucky pool. Are you gonna spawn a new one? Oh, I think I already checked the scrap spot for this area. I feel like the scraps are like not that worth really looking for. I mean, the reward for scrap is kind of just coins. And it's not a lot of coins as well. Oh, yep. Heckin' yep. Hi, Cobalt249. Welcome. Heckin' yep. $190K. We should drive around and see if there's like a... Oh, nearby. No moon rain. No lucky pool. I have 2 scraps, I think. Should I buy the Rod of the Pharaoh? I mean, I could buy it, but I kinda want to... I kinda want the thing. I want the... I kinda want the luxury speedboat. I kinda want the luxury speedboat. I should just park out here. Oh, wait, I can get in here? Oh, it's an inn. No. I didn't even know this is an inn. I've never been here before. Very cool. Hmm. 99. I have instant attraction rate. Stop giving me speed potion. I have 7. I have 7. I don't think I hadn't fished yet, right? Yeah, no. Oh, my favorite cooking pot. Whoa. Well, hopefully a new pool just spawned. I hope. It's foggy again. How foggy is this place? Oh. Poo 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 poo. Oh my god, poo. I need the fish. I'm just showing my beans. Oh, please last longer. I want the lucky shamrock fish. I need the token. I need the token. Oh. maybe buying the luxury speedboat is worth it here because I can travel around faster, question mark? Meaning that I have a more chance of fishing on the lucky pool if I can travel here faster. Right. Maybe. Ay. Oh my god. Shamrock maybe? Relichu? I want the coin. Oh, this one's a feisty one. Huge three-headed salmon. I hate you. Bite. Nip. Uh-oh. I'm a kobold too. I can bite, nip back. I may look like a dirt, but I'm a bold at heart. Huge plastic bag. Yo, I can live in it. I might be able to live in that. Oh my god. Huge herring. 0.7 kilogram. 0.7 kilogram. You found a weird Malaysian expression? Ooh. Do you remember what it is? Huge crab. Oh, is this red? That's red, right? It's not pink. Yeah, it's a lot easier. It's not pink. Squid. Sup, sweet. Oh. Yeah. When we say easy, that's sup, sweet. Or if you want even more wild one, sometimes people say sup the water, but that's like extremely rare. Sup, I don't know what that means. Sweet is water in... What is that language again? Sup, sweet? Sweet? I actually don't know if it's like Cantonese or something else. Or Hakka. Sup, sweet? I think that's Cantonese. Yeah, it could be Cantonese. I'm not really good at like sub-Chinese categories, so... Well, I only know Hokkien a little bit more than the other sub-Chinese. 我是會曉講福建話啦，但係我會曉講浙淡薄啫。Oh my god, I haven't heard sub soy in a long time. I think sub soy is like a more old expression. Just a little bit older, right? Like I feel like the new generations don't say sub soy as much. Like at least I don't use them. My sisters don't use them. My dad used to use them. My mom actually doesn't use sub soy yet. I guess it could be kind of uncommon for people to just like bust out the sub soy. Give me more token. Give me more fish. I want more shamrock. Cursed bollock. Mm. It's kind of like easy peasy that we don't hear it. You barely hear it these days. Hmm, something like that. That's a very accurate description. I mean, in my family, if things are easy, we just be like, "Hi, yeah, okay, okay, only ma." But that's like, I think this is like my family exclusive. Hi, yeah, okay, okay, only la. Hi, yeah. Oh, this one's feisty. Nice. I'm level 133. How the fuck? I got 13 level today. So I art for 3 hours. About. Yeah, I art for 3 hours and then I've been fishing for about 2 hours. Crazy. 2 hours I out 13 level. Hmm. Actually getting kinda hungry. I might get food soon. No, I want more shamrock. I want more coin. I'm a greedy bull. Give me more coin. I want more shiny. Tiny manta ray. Tiny. Oh. Void seahorse. Moonbrain. Oh, speaking of. Thank you, game. Let's just hope this lucky pool doesn't disappear. I should be getting like 10 shamrock fishes from this. No. Cock. If this is cock again, I swear. Okay, it's not cock, it's bollock. The green is cock and bollocks? Come on, is that Moonbrain really? A negative tiny albacore tuna. What? I'm just getting green. Am I gonna get under the cock? No, under the bollock. Oh my god. What is this? No, Kobold's getting unlucky. Cock. Oh, nice moon rain. Glitch huge lost shoe. Is that fucking a Yeti shoe? I'm getting not a single purple or above with moon rain on. Is it because I have too many luck? So it's just kind of like I have way too many luck, so the game be like, oh shit, there's too many luck, we need to like tone it down. Oh no, we overflow. I overflow with the luck. The game doesn't comprehend. So the games be like, oh wait, actually you have one luck. Oh shit. Abyssal serpentfish. I want the shamrock, you asshat. No pool. I guess I'm just gonna fish here for a bit. I mean, it's moon rain. But still. It doesn't look like moon rain's giving me anything, hey? Chat. I have a sudden craving. I have a sudden craving for a game. Burning oarfish. Oh my god, it's a fire dragon. I don't know why I suddenly feel like I wanted to play. I feel like I wanted to play Divinity Original Sin 2 and look at the lizard there. I don't think I ever finished the game at all. No, welcome back, Brett Talk. Oh, I forgot I have the alert command. I love when the word okay is being used as in Chinese, like in karaoke or okay thing. Or okay bang. Oh yeah. Okay bang. 你哋要去 OK 崩啊！卡拉永遠 OK。Squid。哦 Moon rain. Moon rain. Ooh. I think I'm gonna fish for. I think I'm gonna get food soon though. I hope you don't mind just joining for a few minutes. And George back into his bed. I just got after laying awake for 6 hours. Oh my god. Jade, you're so mean. You need to pull Bracky out of his bed. Talking. Samsung Galaxy. There's a pool. There's a pool and then the moon ring gone immediately. This game, I swear to God, I swear to God, I swear to God, I swear. That's a lucky pool, right? Yeah, it is. Oh, it's so close to... Oh wait, no, this is the crescent. Oh my god, that's a luxury speedboat. Red Talk is so OP. Hi, Draken. Draken. Oh, I'm too big. I'm only big when I need to drive. Night Draken. Oh wait. Oh, Celeste mentioned that if two Doverbrodian boop the snoot, how close do we need to boot the snoot? I think I saw it for a bit just now. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. No, it's okay. Don't worry about the Brekkie. It's fine. Oh, oh my god, Dragon already has that auto pet? I want the frog. Noodling dragon ritual. The nodding. Everything except the level 500 reward? Oh my god. I've been slacking. Who? Green? Okay, I'm trying to fish. Oh my god. this fucking snake. Let me in. This fucking snake, I swear. Let me in. Let me in. Yeah, I'm letting you in. Is that gonna break the game? I hope not. It's only 50 breen. It's okay, never enough breen. Schnook. Oh, I see breen from afar. Think of all the club penguin dancers? I'm just afraid of Captain Wayne. I'm thinking of Captain Wayne. Thanks for the lurkix and dragons.
You. Finally awake.
I've been lurking at Nixon's Sabaton whenever I can. Yeah. Oh, I forgot my auto pet. Oh. Is that Captain Wayne from afar that I see? Captain Wayne? No. My frog got me a powerful relic the other day. Oh my god, that's a powerful frog. Blessed. Oh my god, it's brain. Uh-oh. Oh my god, it's Captain Wayne.
Captain Wayne.
Captain Wayne. Oh my god. It's Captain Wayne again.
It's time to be fishing.
God damn it.
I
It's
gotta be fishing. I gotta be going with the.
you're fishing too vigorously, Captain Wayne.
I'm the world. I'm the lucky. I'm Irish.
You're gonna I no, never question Captain Wayne.
Yarr.
Oh, Hero Breenland? Oh, Brad Talk says hi, Breen.
Hello. Hi, yarr, howdy, ahoy.
Yeah, how does Captain Wayne greet people? Oh my god.
Ye scurvy landlubber.
Is that pirate speech? Wow. Is Captain Wayne pirate?
Pirate.
Oh.
Pig.
Oh no.
Wait. What do you mean? Oh no.
Don't look up.
I'm
Oh,
drowning.
I'm drowning. I'm Captain Wayne.
I'm dying.
Help me, I'm Captain Wayne. Hi, Psycho Puppy. Morning. It's okay. Never question Captain Wayne. Look at him.
Just wait, are you okay? No, I don't question it.
No, I'm always okay.
He's playing a really funny joke. I'm drowning.
Don't shit. Why is Spring doing that? Whatever that is? Don't question Captain
Yarr.
Wayne. No, we don't question Captain Wayne.
Don't question Captain Wayne.
Yeah.
Don't question Captain
Cap-
Wayne. Yarr.
And Captain Wayne. That's how swimming works.
Ahoy, matey.
Actually, that's true. That's like the advanced technique of swimming. You just
I'm drowning.
no, you're not drowning. That's a Wayne style swimming.
I'm dying.
Oh, bye bye, Captain Wayne.
I'm excited.
Excited, Captain Wayne.
I like looking up and seeing my title because I keep forgetting what my title is and I'm like, excited. Oh, that's me, right. I am excited. I am so excited.
Oh, you look up. We can see your own title.
Yeah.
Lucky. Oh, I'm Anubis disciple.
That's you.
Oh my god, that's me. I'm Lucario. Fish fear me. Well, at least I don't.
Fish fear me, women fear me, men fear me, people fear me. I'm so alone. I'm going to die. Help, I'm drowning.
I'm drowning.
I'm drowning?
Question mark?
I think?
Oh, is fish fear me? The I think that's like Doom. Doom Easter egg, no?
It's like a joke from like fishing hats and stuff.
Oh.
Fish fear me, women love me, something like that.
Oh. I'm not getting my shamrock fish. Oh, shark.
I got one.
Well, I won.
The best place I got it was actually at the Egyptian island.
Oh.
There was like a lucky pool like inside, like farther in the island. I got really lucky with it there.
Whoa, wait. So the random pool appears in biomes now?
Yeah, well inside that, like if you go like not like there's it can apply inside that place, and there's like another pool inside there past the vendor that can like show up in there too.
Captain Wayne dancing is very distracting.
What do you mean? I'm drowning.
I'm
I'm dying. No one seems to care.
no, I just believe in Captain Wayne.
I'm dying.
Look at
Very slowly. I'm drowning very slowly.
it's okay. Captain Wayne is very Captain Wayne drowning in slow-mo, gone wrong, gone sexual, gone
If I
bad.
drown slowly, the water enters my lungs slowly.
They can stack.
Gratitude, the water
Oh,
never expects it.
it's okay. Captain Wayne can drink all the water. It's fine. Captain Wayne's not gonna drown.
Eventually.
Eventually. Oh no. I'll only fish for a little bit longer though. I'm getting hungry. Frozen Nemo? Oh. Are we gonna go find more lucky pool?
Yar.
Where am I? Ooh. Where's Breen? Where's Captain Wayne?
Welcome to the Black Mesa Internal Transit System.
I cannot look back. I think I'm kinda glad that I cannot look back. Oh.
I can't make the gesture for it, but it'll do the entire Half-Life 1 intro scene.
Oh my god. The fuck? You're just straight up train.
What do you mean? I'm just here to fish.
Yeah. You know, a train fishing, then not normal.
Yeah.
Just a
Even trains
normal,
need time off, you know.
yeah, normal Sundays.
What is the train for rats?
A train,
Yes.
train for rat. Please change your model. Green small is okay though. Oh, okay, okay.
Let me see what else I have. That's a little less obstructive. I don't mean to be a pain. I go to the orca that I like so much.
Oh, the orca. That orca looks really, really good.
It is. It's like a free one too. I saw it like when I was looking like the random ones that show up on the mirror, like in your room. This is where I saw it. I'm like, oh, this is so good.
Oh my god. It's there?
Yeah, I don't know if it still is, but you should be able to clone it off me if you want. I think it's super good. I love it.
Yeah. I like it too. I'll try. Clone. Oh my god, I'm the orca too now. Whoa,
2 orcas.
double. But I'm small.
Tiny orca.
Tiny orca. Oh,
I don't see any pool. Oh wait, there's a sunfish. There's a school of blobfish.
I don't like blobfish, that's scary.
They're just little dudes.
I mean, look at their face, I don't like them. Scary.
What if someone pulled you out of the ocean and you said, I don't like your face?
Well... I don't know. I don't know. Schools are useless here? Yeah, I never really fish in schools. That sounds a little bit wrong, but... Do we fish in school? Like... The place
I
where...
mean, if you're learning about fish in school.
Oh, there might be like a fishing school somewhere, no?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's lucky pool. I'm too small.
Yeah, you're
Not
average
anymore.
to height.
Yep. I'm the canon height 75 centimeter.
How tall is that? How many Americans is that?
Yeah, I don't know. Um, how do you say American tree?
That's like almost 2.5 feet.
Oh, 2.5 feet. That's pretty big,
I'm
no?
5 foot. I'm like 5'11".
Five. How much foot would I be if I'm 171 cm?
171. That is 5'6". So you're like a little over 5.5 feet.
Oh, I'm tall.
No, you're shorter than me.
Dang it.
You're like half a foot shorter than me. You're like a little baby.
No, you're cheating. You're cheating.
Little tiny creature down there. Look at you. Look at you.
Tiny creature.
Don't worry, my wife is like 4'2".
Oh. Oh, that's tiny, no?
She's very small.
Wow.
But she's very pretty, and also she has a very nice face.
Heck yeah.
Have you ever watched The Amazing Digital Circus?
No. I think...
watched it the other day, and it's super, super good.
Oh.
I watched all 8 episodes that are out, and it is really fun.
8 episodes? Whoa.
And there's only 8, and I think the next episode comes out in the summer, and it's the final episode.
Oh. Wait. One episode takes so long to come out?
I think they put a lot of work into it. If you watch it, it makes a lot of sense. Like, I finally watched it, I'm like, this is so good.
So that's like cinema quality.
It is.
Oh my god.
There's a song in the newest episode, it's stuck in my head so hard.
Oh, that there's singing in Digital Circus?
The last episode, but
Oh,
all the episodes are on YouTube for free.
for free? Hmm.
Yeah, they
For
had a contract. They have a contract with like Netflix, but their whole contract was like, you're allowed to air them or put them on Netflix after we air them on YouTube, and then you can edit them if you want, but you have no say in how we make it. And I was like, that's awesome. Thank you. Tell Netflix to go
yeah.
punch themselves.
Enough with like they keep pushing the live adaptation things. It's like what?
Yeah.
I heard about it. It's
Or
like
like they like
what the
put so
fuck?
much like they put so much weird control on stuff. It's like the same thing as like all the payment processors these days that are like, oh, we can't have anything that looks like all the ones that are like, oh, we can't have you doing anything remotely like furry or something, you know?
Right, right.
It's so gross.
Those big companies just wants to control everything.
Yeah.
Weird. Ooh.
I got a flying fish, but it seems to be stuck on my line. It's not really flying. Now it's flying. Whoa. Helicopter fish. Will you be gone?
It won't be able to fly anymore.
Not in my backpack. Oh. Fun fish.
I want to look at a huge manta ray. Also, I'm not getting any more shamrock shark. My luck has been used up today. Like I was so lucky with the shamrock shark when I first fish here. I got like 6 and I got like 5 and I got more after that, and then it just kind of stopped.
Sometimes you'll get like, you get a bunch of them at once, and sometimes you won't.
Right? There's no daily limit to how many shamrock shark we can get, right?
Not that I know of.
There shouldn't be. But I'm not getting any anymore. Use a luck potion if you have one for the next pool. I only have 7 speed potion, which is not really useful when I already have instant attraction rate. I want luck potion.
So I'm like watching this trailer for Digital Circus, and it's very
Oh.
fun.
Very?
I sent it to you on Discord to watch if you ever want. But
Okay.
I highly recommend the show. It's
Oh yeah, you did send me the Hatch Dragon game. I haven't played that one yet.
oh, it's very cute. Yeah.
It's very cute. Oh my god. It's kind of... It looks like a creature collector kind of game, right?
Yeah, but it's also like it's like a low commitment like gotcha game in a way.
Okay.
It's very chill. It's like that's why I've been putting time into it and enjoying it. I put like $2 into it. It's like, okay, fine, I enjoy it. It's cute.
It's cute. What a dragon.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, you know what? I like these little creatures.
Dragons are
And they
always
have
cute, no matter
lore
how
on them,
fearsome.
and it's. I like it when like it's like dragons are like because they have like lore on the dragons after you level them up enough, and that's like they're not just like, oh wow, these are like creatures that like various random things. They're like, oh yeah, these ones will actually like here's how they hunt their prey, and then there's like other ones that are like just like herbivores. Like, oh cool, I love to see that sometimes there's like dragons that are, you know, they hunt things because
Oh
they're
my god.
creatures.
You can see them hunt things?
No, it doesn't say. It's like it's in their lore, like how they are as like a like in the
Oh.
wild. It's just fun to like see as opposed like I've seen so many times where they have these critters and they're just like totally harmless. I'm like, why would they be harmless? They're like flying, you know, it could be like a flying predator, you know? But not all of them are dangerous, some of them are. And it's fun. I like the art and they're just cute.
They need to eat too.
Yeah, exactly. It's like being mad at snakes. Like snakes are cool, but snakes eat things.
Yeah. Here's the adorable bean. Uh-oh. Hi, Juno Scout.
Do know.
Capybara in bucket adorbs. Yeah. I got a weak thing.
Snake.
Breen,
We love Snek.
Breen's a snake. And
I
then,
am a snake, not in VR. I think I like this model the most out of all the ones. It feels so affirming.
right? And then we have
Yeah.
Draken. Draken.
But the dragon.
I can definitely see what you mean. Affirming.
Yeah. I see. I'm like, oh, if this was me.
If only.
Oh. So what is that giant pillar over there?
Um, I don't know. I don't think I can find a way to get in.
Okay, I've seen it enough, and I'm like, this is evil. What is that thing?
Right? I want. I mean, it looks shiny. I want it.
I bet if I hit it enough, I can get in.
If only there's a button to hit things.
What if I just hit my fishing rod at it?
We can just poke it. I mean,
Yeah. If I fish that enough, maybe I'll fish a key.
oh. What if we actually get the like tiniest chance to fish a key out?
Maybe like a 0.001%. Oh, I got magenta. Magenta. What is that one?
Magenta.
The super pink one.
Laying so nice on the boat. Looks so relaxed over there.
I got one.
Oh, where's mine? I want it.
It's because I got the luck of the Irish. Yarr, Captain Wayne.
Wait, no, you're not Captain. No,
Captain Wayne.
Captain Wayne is trying to get off your bounty.
Yarr, Captain Wayne is here to be fishing.
Oh, well, Captain Wayne's here now.
This is also affirming. A pirate.
In a way, it's also affirming.
I wish I had a gun arm.
Gun arm. Oh, that he. They telling me that arm shoots guns.
Yarr, it has a shotgun and it has a... So in the game, it is very funny because you start out with a shotgun, which is the left hand, and he shoots it from his palm, and then later you get like Molotovs, and he lights it with like his middle finger,
No.
and then later you get like a Gatling gun, and it just spins the whole hand like very fast to shoot bullets out of it.
Oh my god.
It's a very fun game. If you can get your hands on it, I totally recommend.
It
Very good game.
sounds hype as heck.
It's a boomer shooter, like Doom
Yeah,
on crack. It's very goofy.
nice. I mean, there's like Bears in Space that looked at it, and now Captain Wayne.
Bears in Space is also very. I haven't played it, but I've seen Bears in Space.
Yeah, I also seen other people play this. Like, ooh, I want it.
Hi, Celeste.
Dragon. I should address Celeste properly sometimes.
Ah, the bull's gone.
No.
Yarr, the
Gonna be
bull's
looking
gone.
and chatting. How's my friend doing? Heck yeah, I'm doing pretty okay. I did art today and I feel good. I hope Celeste has had fun streaming today. Well, I should say I hope Mistress had fun streaming today.
Don't get in trouble.
No, I'm good, I think. Maybe.
Maps.
Nah, it's fine. I don't think there's Lucky Pool or...
There's an ionized fissure over there, but that's the only other one I see.
Shara's gonna spend some time
Take seats, please. No, I will not take seat.
No, you have to take seat. You're gonna fly away. Bye, Breen.
Goodbye. I have returned. I'm back.
Thank you, Draken. I was definitely not trying to look at your level while you were streaming fish just now.
Definitely not. No,
Yeah.
no, ma'am.
But
No, madam.
I couldn't see it, so yeah, I definitely didn't do it. Because I couldn't see it.
$130.
130? Ooh.
It means you gotta stop playing, Tora. You're higher
Yeah.
level.
I mean, I kinda
You're too fishy.
stopped playing for about a week.
You can't resist. You can't resist.
Yeah, I
It
can't.
reeled you back in. You were hooked again.
They got me back in. Oh no.
You got reeled in.
I couldn't help it. Must fish. 130 is pretty good.
I've had some more friends get into this, and I hang out with them. But once we get past like a certain group size, I get like, unless I know most of the people, I get anxious and I kind of step away.
I get that too.
Like earlier, I was fishing with a bunch of friends, and there was like 10 of us, and that was cool. But in another server or another group, I knew like 3 people, but there was like 10 people there, and I just was like, I don't. One of them gave me a weird vibe, so I kind of said, I'll be on my own.
Yeah, I mean, if there's too many people, I would probably just like, I'll either just leave or or just like stay at the place where no one's there.
I mean, as long as I know more people than I don't, I think the group is fine. Once the group is like more people that I don't know, it gets,
Lucky Pool.
I'm like, yeah.
Higher level but still cold. Kinda evens out the playing field, doesn't it?
You can put the helmet.
Brain's too far, I can't even hear Brain anymore. Oh, I hear Brain. Whoa.
If you have the helmet on, it I didn't realize it makes a little like a little glowy light for the mouth
Oh.
when she talks. It's like a woo, like a
Oh.
little.
What a thing. A
What?
thing. A thing. I don't know.
That was good. All right, good talk. Good talk. Good talk. Appreciate you.
Te
Love you.
telekinesis.
Telekinesis? Words? Question
Word.
mark?
Yeah.
I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. Beautiful.
English hard.
English is hard for people that have spoken it their whole lives.
Yeah. English is just hard in general.
True. I've had people say that like, oh, Spanish is so hard to learn or something. I'm like, I just always hear that English is a nightmare.
English, I mean, I learn English and then I learn, I mean, my mother tongue is Chinese. I learn both. It's like I spend more time learning Chinese than English. The Chinese goes crazy.
I can imagine like any language that has a script that isn't like Germanic or what is it? Is it Germanic or that is like standard, you know, English script? You know, like A B C D. I can't. I could not even imagine how to start reading like Chinese. I would.
I mean,
I
Chinese.
don't. Like, I'm like, what does that mean? As much as I would love to. But I'm a filthy, mostly monolingual. I know a bit of Spanish.
Spanish? I don't know Spanish.
Muy poco español, por favor.
Por favor?
I speak por favor, which is please in Spanish.
Oh, por favor.
Por favor, which
Yeah.
is, and if you say, usually por, P-O-R is like for, and then favor is like why. So it's like for why.
Or why? But then if you put two of them together, it's please?
Yeah, it's like por favor.
Ah.
Or for what, I think. Maybe I'm, don't listen to me when it comes to language, because I'm not great at it.
It's okay.
But that's the gist of it.
I'm not that good with languages too. It's okay.
You know 2 languages.
Well,
You know 2 languages and you speak them well.
like, yeah, kind of, I guess.
You speak English better than I could speak my... I mean, you know 2 languages better than I know 2 languages. I know 1 language and, like, a fraction of a second one.
Spanish, right?
Yeah.
Is there a difference between Spanish and Latin language? Latin America?
Spanish is a Latin American language, but you also will deal with like Portuguese, and various other dialects of that. I don't know all the languages in South America, but I know there's like Spanish, Portuguese are very common. You also deal with French a lot, too.
Oh, okay.
Like, my wife's family is from Bolivia, and they speak Spanish, but it's a different dialect of Spanish compared to, like say, Spanish in Mexico, or Spanish in, like, Spain. It's, like, similar, like, how you, like, I think, like, the way you speak Chinese is different than, like, another country that would, like, like China, I guess, would, like, speak it. You got one!
I got one.
Or was that someone else?
No, I got it.
Hell
Finally.
yeah.
I lifted the curse. Maybe I can get another one?
Hey, don't get ahead of yourself.
No, I need 4.
I need more.
I need more. Oh, fireworks going on around my area.
Tigerfish.
Goliath tigerfish.
Oh, you got one too. I literally just got the same exact fish.
I heard you say Goliath tigerfish and I got it too.
I was like, wait, was that my fish? I was like so confused.
I'm gonna steal yours.
Don't.
I mean,
I just caught that.
look at me, I'm small. You never know that a Goliath tigerfish.
Yeah, I took it out of your pocket and put it on my hook. I stole it. I like the sitting anime, or like the sitting pose for this too.
I was thinking of the same thing.
And then like the prone, you can like crawl around with it. It's very cute to crawl like at people.
You can be sneaky with it.
Yeah. One of my friends was streaming this, and like I showed up and I just like crawled and looked at their camera. I just kind of sat and stared at the camera while they were streaming, and they didn't notice for like 2 minutes as I just was blocking the entire camera. And I was like, "Hi, Chad, I'm here." My baby creature.
I love being sneaky. Goliath tigerfish.
Again.
So
Put
many
that back in my
Goliath.
backpack. I just got that.
No, it's mine.
You took it out of my pocket.
No, I didn't. I don't think I did anyway. I didn't took it. I fished it off your pocket.
That's stealing.
No. I caught it. I caught it. It's different. I'm not stealing.
Where did you fish it from?
From your basket?
Yeah. Exactly.
Isn't that a fishing strat? If you want
No.
guarantee bite, you fish on
Don't
someone else's
fish out of my
basket.
ass.
Oh.
Put that back where you got it from.
Or else.
Or else. Angry face.
Great. Is it greater than or less than? Greater
Angry
than.
face.
Oh, you actually have angry face. Greater than colon close parenthesis.
I'm so bad at knowing what like the greater than or less than symbol is.
Yeah, I don't know as well. Oh wait, I think it's less than.
I think it's based on the left side of the symbol, so like less than is
Big to small?
yeah, like well, like less than should be like the smaller number, and then greater than should be the bigger number on the left side. I don't know how it's I know what the symbols are, but I don't know how they translate in like on the keyboard.
Right? I have no idea too. I don't use them. I only use them for facial expressions.
I make funny faces with them. I don't know how make word do they math and thing make it do work and do.
Math hard.
Exactly.
I think after
I
this,
just
like,
finished the Slay the Spire 2 round and we've won it with like 2 health each.
ooh, a lot of people been playing Slay the Spire too.
It's fun. I never played the first one. But this, like, seeing the animations and seeing multiplayer added a lot to it. So I finally got it.
I played the first one with mods, and I've been playing the drifter. You know, I get to play as initial D. And then when I started drifting or speed is going really fast, I hear Euro beats going on. It's like, whoa.
That's awesome. I can't wait until like 2 gets like mod support.
Yeah.
I can't imagine everyone. It's like we can have like Initial D, but everyone is playing it. So you have like 4 people playing Initial D, and it's like deja vu.
Quad deja vu? Oh my god.
Yeah. I've been playing it for 5 hours. I died. Deja vu.
It just all overlaps with each other.
That would be so
Oh,
funny. Oh, you got 2 of them. Look
oh
at that.
my
Wow.
god. I need more.
I've only ever caught 2 of them, so you're in the same level as me.
Yay. I didn't notice if Bright Talk got one or not.
Streamer privilege.
What? Oh, I got another one.
You motherfucker! I'm gonna push you over and yell at you for 3 hours.
I can take it. Definitely do not try to fish for your basket again.
Curious. Yeah. Let's see. It's not working.
Ooh, why is this clover so feisty? Actually, let me become myself. The standard shader doesn't look that good and oh dragon. I'm gonna go get food after this lucky pool exhausts.
Yeah. Go get some eats. I mean, foods.
Yeah. The food and probably EP a little bit early. I have to wake up early tomorrow. I'll EP slightly earlier tonight. Oh, dragon got one. Oh,
It's gone.
it's
It's over.
gone. No. Well, let me see if I can buy a luxury speedboat. Wait, I need to go Tanglewood first. I need Tanglewood. I want Tanglewood. Oh. Where's Breen? Breen! Uh-oh. Breen's suddenly gone? Breen! Breen!
Yeah.
I wanna go Tanglewood.
I don't want to get there.
I wanna go uncurse
Go.
the fish. Go, 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 go.
Are we going to Tanglewood or are we fishing here?
I wanna go. I wanna go uncurse my fish. Was drinking water.
Yeah, Taylor's gotta go.
Oh. Oh. Whoa. Bye bye, breathe.
I return.
Oh. Go. Church.
Let's go to church.
Church. I'm too small and the grass are all hitting me. Tira invite. Oh. Oh, I'm leaving very soon though. I'm just gonna sell the fish and I'm leaving. Are you okay with this? If you're okay with that, then 10. Okay. Oh shit, that's gone.
Purified form fishes.
10. I'm cheating. I have a question for you.
It's so dark.
I'm listening. What's going on, mistress? Ooh. I got my first millionaire.
Oh, I have 27,000, but I spent a lot of it on rod.
Rod. Rod good. I wanna
That's a
buy luxury speedboat. I'm hungry. Do you have any snacks on you? Huh? I don't think I have any snacks on me currently. I'm also hungry.
What if you're the snack?
Uh no? No.
Oh, look at you. You're just a little snack. Give me a little head pat.
I'll take it.
Mwah. Give you a
Hey.
little kiss on your little horns.
Heck yeah. For free?
For free.
For free.
For
Oh my
free.
god. Luxury
For free.
speedboat. Your friend is the right with no. No, 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 no.
There's a squirrel on my deck.
I got a new ride.
Your friend? Celeste, it's me, Greenland.
Heck yeah. I need to become big temporarily.
So you can see over the dash. I can't see.
I'm too small. Whoa. Oh my god, it's so fast.
It is so fast.
It's so fast. I'm gonna go look at Eevee and I'm probably gonna call it a day. I'm going in. Whoa!
Whoa! Oh, we seem to be in the island.
Well, I didn't think about that.
Well,
Can we jump out?
you.
Right. Where's my ship?
Well, that was a nice amount of money spent.
Yeah.
Good job.
Hi, Eevee.
Oopsie.
It's fine.
Hello.
I can get another medium. Oh, I'm small.
I just wanted to say,
Uh,
you're a good girl, and you deserve pets.
oh my god.
Lots of pets. That's all I wanted.
No. Gonna know this cobalt just a taste. Okay, just for you, it's fine. Just for you, it's okay. You can taste the cobalt.
Take a nibble.
You gonna nibble? Can you nibble with that?
You know, it's the thought that counts.
Fair. I wanna see if there's like, oh, I cannot check avatar now. I don't wanna get banned. Also,
What are you trying to find out? Oh,
I got a kingfish.
come back!
Hey, I
Come
got
back!
a fish.
Michael!
Finally.
Bye, Michael. Oh, I have the best fish. Look.
Oh. Oh!
I got a cursed bald though.
No,
Oh my god, it's actually
wait, I
spooky.
didn't catch a fish.
I hate this child.
Truly cursed. Banana.
Truly a cursed creature. I have this one, which I don't think is a real fish.
Oh, banan.
Royal banana fish.
I think I have one. Yeah, I have a golden huge banan.
Oh, golden huge? Oh! Big.
Big.
I love just throwing the, tiny one. This one's funny. Is it burning? Oh,
So many
I
banan.
have one of. I have
Whoa,
one something like that. This one.
Catch a fish, but it's not in my inventory.
this one's fun.
Did you collect it?
Shiny.
This is Jacob.
We love Jacob.
Jacob's just chilling. Jacob's bathing in the
How do I
sun.
get the fish off the road?
You left click.
You,
You have to have it. You have to have it in your hand, like the rod, and then if you left click, you'll put it in your bag.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
got it. Thank you.
My child, my beautiful boy.
Whoa. Emperor. I got my shiny cooking pot.
Oh, large.
Ooh.
Oh, my first fish.
Oh,
Hey,
goodbye.
Finally.
Bye bye, big fish. Ooh, gay fish.
A beautiful small creature. I have my negative tiny rubber duck. Right, where is it? Right here, negative. Wait, where is it? It's disappearing.
Oh,
it's so
this
small
one.
that I can't.
It's been
I
grabbed.
can't even see it. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, this one. Negative, the tiny negative rubber duck.
Tiny negative rubber duck. I have my prize collection. The shiny blessed broken umbrella. Ooh.
I had a giant shadow umbrella that I should have kept.
You know, if you look into this book,
What happens?
I don't know.
Homosexual thoughts.
Whoa.
I love my wife.
Oh, that's a nice book. It's your diary. Oh, I didn't mean to pry into
It
your
says
diary.
right here on this page that Tora's a good girl.
No, that's a lie.
That's a lie.
What? But it says like right there.
You wrote that just now.
I mean,
Maybe, possibly. This umbrella is scary.
No, it's not. It's fine. Like that. Oh,
It's like the. Oh, there it goes. Goodbye.
bye, umbrella.
Alright, I'm gonna go heat up some food because I'm getting hungry.
Yeah,
You should go eat,
I should
you
go eat.
dingus, you little thing.
I'm gonna go
So
eat.
y'all take care of yourselves.
Bye bye, Bree.
Goodbye. I'll see y'all around.
Bye bye.
Cuddly little koopa.
I also go get food. Bye, bye, Evie.
Hello, thanks for letting me join for the few seconds.
And then Trekken. Bye bye, Trekken. I should probably change the shade on this model. Bye 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 now. Oh. Isn't that a very that's a very boopable snoot. Bye bye. I'll go eat. I'll go eat. I'll go get food now. What if I leave while I'm drowning? What is wrong with my brain? Bye bye, Draken. Do I sound feminine enough? To me, I think you do. Oh, the game's was close. Oh, there we go. I just need to open up my... I think I need to open it with... I probably need to open it with this. Oh right, you guys cannot hear the PC noises anymore. I changed the audio mix up and I think I messed up a lot of things. Alright, let me get back to a couple. I'm seeing something in the background going on. I'm a little bit scared. Oh right, it's the the model. The model. Oh my god, what am I looking at? Oh shit. Oh, that's feet. Okay, there we go. Okay. Whoa. It's the couple toes? Oh shit. Can't believe it's a toes. TY for stream. Oh my god. Thanks for being here, Gaetan. Long creature. Right, it's a little bit scuff, the stream audio. I'll see if there's any more problem. Right? Definitely. And then I'll try to fix them. I had fun listening to your SOB for the longest time today. You guys hear that? I hear it. No? Oh no. We don't? Oh shit. Okay, I think I know what's up. You heard one gasp? Oh, huh? I think it's this one. Didn't I change it? It did. Oh, yeah, I did. Why did it not play?
Emotional damage.
Yeah, that should be fine. Only the redeemed one? Oh. Yeah, only the redeemed one. Okay, okay. I think I know what's up. It's gonna be so scuffed. Please bear with me. What's up? Fixing things. Nothing much. Okay, this one. Advanced audio property. It did change it to monitor and output. Okay. 1 and 2. And then commands. Yeah, I think I have to change the command as well. Run effect list. Send to. I'm hearing them. Oh, this one. And then starts. Okay. Save changes. I'm trying to fix it. Okay. I guess I can show what's going on here. I'm trying to like send the audio to overlay. And then I try to duplicate for the different instances. Okay, that was call. So hopefully call works now. And then this is O. Overlay instance, center overlay. Duplicate this. Yips work? Yeah, yips work. Call work. Aha, we're finding troubles and we're fixing it. Nice. And then this one should be here as well. Change this one to center overlay. Boom. And then duplicate these two to this one. And also this one. Boom, boom. Okay, so the command should work as well, I think. I hope. Yeah, okay, I see. Is it loud? Oh, I think it went past the limiter. I think I do -7 dB. Maybe -7 dB works. I don't want it to be too loud. Also, I wanna do temporary beans. I mean, rarely got a chance to use this thing, so why not? Does work? Yay, it does. Okay, very nice. I wish I can use sleep motion for a VRChat. Would be very nice. Like the tracking is more accurate now, and the tracking actually looks better, I would say. Yeah, see, leap motion is nice. I can do yeah, 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 yeah. I raided Johnny Dirk a few times before. I guess I should raid. Let's raid Lucy. Let's rate under the purple cobalt friend. Who's playing... Oh, she's playing Terraria right now. Okay, okay. Karate Kobo. Hiya. Hiya. Oh. Oh. Hiya. Yip. Hacha. Yip. Alright, let's rate under the Kobo. Okay, I found the right target. Let me plug my tanks real quick. I have coffee. One day I'll fish with Kobo. I would want to fish with Jade, yeah. We should definitely fish together. Oh, right. Okay. I have my coffee. Coffee nice. Coffee good. Coffee great. And I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. I hope Bernie works actually. I haven't checked yet. Hey Bernie.
I'm once again asking for your financial support.
I think Bernie works. I think. I think Bernie should work. Man, the new audio mixer is kind of hard to like. There's so many things messed up. It did. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, okay, okay. Then it also has a Discord channel. I announced my stream stuff over there, and that's a
Good
check it.
girl.
And there's a dragon sipping corner over there. Because I like dragons a lot. But ultimately, I just sort of announce my stream stuff over there. I don't really announce my stream stuff anywhere else, to be honest. So I guess Discord is the only one that I announce. I don't think I want to. I don't think I want to announce my stream stuff on Blue Sky. I would, but my Blue Sky has been way too spicy. I don't know if it's okay for me to to use Blue Sky to announce my stream stuff. Maybe I should. Maybe it's fine, right? Maybe it's fine. I'll try a few times, not every time though, because there'll be too many times. But just a few times. I'll announce it on Blue Sky as well. I had to bottom and right, so we're raiding Lucy the couple, another purple ball here. Look at that. Who's playing Terraria right now? Look at that bolt. Creature. Exactly. No, Blue Sky, huh? You could make a streaming Blue Sky. Streaming Blue Sky? This is streaming Blue Sky? Man. I guess I'll take a look at the streaming Blue Sky thing. Just an alternate account? Is it to swap between accounts on Blue Sky? Oh. I got released yesterday. Heck yeah. I have my usual ones for everything, and then my After Dark one, so I can talk about dicks and boobs and sadness. Oh. I don't really have a separate account. I guess I'm the bolt that goes horny on main. Yeah, I'm the horny on main. I don't really have an After Dark account. You noticed? Boobs and sadness. Hey, it's dicks and poops and sadness. That's what ADs are for, agreed? Yeah, and dicks. Yeah, exactly, and dicks. Very important. Right. Who needs dicks when there's boobs and sadness? I mean, it would be nice to have a whole package. Wait. Oh yeah, it's definitely possible to have both, right? Do not mentally think between the boobs and sadness. I enjoy genitals and boobs. Dicks are supposed to be happy. That's why we need all of them to balance it out, you know? We have dicks and boobs and we have sadness. The case that we speaking right now. It's fine. It's fine. Did I copy that rate message? Nope, I didn't. Okay, I copied it. It makes me look bad. I don't think it makes you look bad. I enjoy both dick, poop, and pussy. Do not discriminate. Hey, that's nice. That's nice. I mean, I discriminate? I mean, I always say that I only enjoy dragon, but I don't think I discriminate as well. Question mark. I cannot tell. I have no idea. I think I have zero experience in these kind of things. No clue. No comment for now. So I don't know. I like what I like, which is who I like. Valid. Maybe that's kind of biased. What? Like, I'm just gonna type in the rate. Oh, it's 8 p.m. Shit. Alright, let's get food. I'm probably gonna sleep early today. Okay, there we go. I typed in the rate. I'm gonna go get food, but before the raid, and Kobo wants to say thank you all. Thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all. And here comes the red to another Kobo friend. Hiya. More Kobo. Voucher spotted? Oh, Gayatan. Gayatan. Is a vulture? Ooh. I saw Zri send something on Discord about vulture walking that looks super duper adorable and cool. Yeah, walk of the cinerous vulture. Bearded vulture eats bones? Yeah, I heard vultures are fierce carnivore, right? Like very fierce, fiercer than eagle. Bones. Eats bones. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna do more art. Do more art, and then maybe I'll play a little bit of Dokimon, I guess. I mean, that's what it's called. Toon played it for a little bit, and I saw it, and I really like it, and it's only 5 ringgit, so I bought it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Mwah. Bye bye. Bye bye.